Match found.
Non, 3 carottes. Je pourrais faire un effort.
C'est compliqué là.
Ouais, je comprends, je te comprends totalement dans la vie.
C'est très dur. Qui vient de se
Ouais,
passer. Non, mais
3
c'est pas
carottes,
grave.
surtout dans la vie. Surtout que Clove, elle est en vogue avec nous.
C'est pas grave, c'est pas grave.
والله تشوشو ولا يشو دوج.
Pardon.
Wiz, you have a maker or no?
It's fun being a secret agent and all, but I really hope that there's an alternate universe out there where I'm just growing old with a bunch of cats.
Reloading.
Salut.
Need a drop.
C'est A.
Full A, full A.
Enemy spotted. A
Spike down A.
Concussing! Amateur.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Clutch.
Dommage.
I'm nothing like the enemy clove. I wouldn't be caught dead in that outfit.
Ah my bad, vas-y.
Trevor! Blasting!
Du A.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Déjà pourquoi cette grosse pute elle prend une vandale au deuxième round?
Don't
Ah,
be
mais après,
spending
c'est
too many
faut se
brain
bailler.
cells
Non,
figuring
moi c'est
them
pas ma
out.
game, je viens de revenir d'une semaine de
Overthinking is
vacances.
just as bad
Ah,
as
bah, t'as fait le game tout à
underthinking.
l'heure, on se rappelle. Hein.
Ouais. En gros, de vrai, la game.
Gros, ça fait 2 mois que j'ai pas lancé Valo.
Il est meilleur que toi. Aïe aïe aïe.
Alors,
Faut mettre ton
vous
trésor,
allez
les
vous calmer, il y a nos scores se limitent à 2-2. Hein?
Non, c'est vrai, c'est vrai.
Allez.
The hunt begins!
du A encore, je crois.
Pas le lâcher,
Ah, stupide.
L'arena en face c'est très chelou.
Non, t'inquiète, elle est pas chelou.
Non, non, vu ce qu'elle a loupé là, non.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Concussing! Clearing out!
Still in sight.
Enemy spotted A.
Flash out!
Still in sight.
Worthless.
Last player standing. One enemy
The
remaining.
angel's dead.
Run.
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
Could I have a drop?
Tranquille, ça va. Oh, c'est full.
On est tous français là.
Trevor!
Spike planted.
Cutting their vision.
Blasting!
Enemy down.
So got.
Reloading.
Cutting their vision. Pathetic.
Last player standing. One
ult ready.
enemy remaining.
Ah, dommage.
Elle est forte.
I hate waiting. Let's do this!
Enemy spotted mid. My ult is ready. Enemy spotted mid. Careful now.
You had your fun. My turn.
Deploy destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
Concussing!
That was their refreshing.
Je meurs que de l'arena, je sers.
Now we start a winning streak of our own, aye?
À mon avis, ils vont aller A.
Could I have a drop?
Moi je vais à trappe.
Ça va. S'il te plaît, mets des trappes dans C et garage. Merci.
Vas-y.
Keep up!
Ah, c'est du A.
Dropping smokes. My territory! My
No
rules!
distraction!
Reloading.
Never saw.
One enemy remaining.
Spike is safe.
Trevor! Clearing out! Stop blinding! bring enough body bags?
Reloading.
My ult is ready.
Promising.
Bien joué ça.
Could I have a drop? Reloading. Thank you.
The hunt begins.
Vous avez une info?
Multiple enemies dead. Tripwire destroyed. Put down.
Spike down mid.
Spike is
Concussing!
They will cower.
Blasting!
One enemy remaining.
Rien n'a été carré.
Last player standing.
Les frères, je vous dis ça, je pense qu'elle se fait.
Je sais pas là, c'est ma game de passement.
Ouais, mais je sais pas, frère, moi elle m'a mis. Je sais pas, elle a mis 3
Hey.
Je sais pas. Non, je pense pas.
Vous êtes quoi vous là?
Every fight is a lesson.
Moi je suis
Moi,
bronze
je
3.
suis pro desk 1.
Il est bronze.
Ok, ok.
Et j'ai pick silver 1. Voilà.
Could I have a drop?
Take them one by one.
I think, je pense que c'est A. Parce que
There.
il y a la smoke.
Oui, c'est A.
Tremor! Flash
Ouais,
out!
c'est A ça.
Who's next?
You will not kill my allies.
Spike down A.
Parasite.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, time for a break. They will scurry, and then they will die.
Reloading.
Every choice matters.
Si.
Hey.
Making cover.
My eyes down, you see.
Insect.
Ils arrivent, c'est, ils arrivent, c'est.
Found you. Reyna killed.
Regarde ici.
Still in sight.
One enemy remaining. Spike down C.
Bien joué ça.
Nice.
Be grateful I killed you quickly.
Will they try the same old tricks?
TP.
Somebody's mid.
Euro ATP side, ATP sur side de Yuri.
Try again.
Multiple enemies seen. That's you,
Garage rien.
Il est d'abord.
Spike planted.
My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
You had your fun. My turn.
Enemy spotted C.
One enemy remaining.
Loading.
Reloading.
Not your day, is it?
Attention, on a remonté.
En fait, y'a que la Reina qui fait une diff. Regardez le score de
Stay
jeu.
alive. I
Mais
want
c'est
their
pas-
life, not yours.
Bon,
Ouais,
c'est
qu'elle
sûr.
est Silver 2 la saison dernière et là elle remonte Silver 3.
Je
Voilà.
pense à les minimum gold. Je peux vous buy si vous voulez. Hein.
Could I have a drop? Thanks.
We must keep them out.
The hunt begins.
Hey, venez vite, venez vite. Star. Venez vite.
Ils sont tous.
My territory, my rules.
Distraction.
Let's go!
Back like I never left.
Weak.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Hey,不要往心里去。
T'en penses quoi de mon sacrifice?
Il était bien. Merci.
Last round before the switch.
Nothing
3
will be
carottes, est-ce
saved
que t'as
after
3
this.
carottes?
Use it.
Si tu savais.
Où elles sont?
Could I have a drop?
We win. We survive. Headshot.
Oh, 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 ce qu'il a mangé.
Reloading.
C'est du B du coup.
Show me a target. Breaking them.
Enemy spotted me.
One enemy remaining.
Tremor!
Spike down B. Flawless.
Bien joué.
No one left to send a message.
Oh well.
Switching sides.
Reloading.
Vous avez vu les frères? C'est
Forgive
pas,
me,
c'est pas
Valorant.
terminé.
Vous avez vu?
Rien de
Bah
terminé,
ouais.
Noé. Je pense franchement à laisser parce que A c'est un peu obvious. J'arrive un peu à savoir qu'on va. C'est un peu sûr.
Go B, c'est. Voilà B.
Ouais. Calculez pas. Juste allez.
On va B?
Ouais.
Allez.
Dropping smokes.
Focusing.
Concussing!
Spike planted.
Deploy destroyed.
Multiple.
C'est-
Last player standing.
Oh!
Oh les Power Rangers.
Power Rangers.
Flawless.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Take them.
Go C. Oh, je pense.
Our spike's down.
Spike down C.
Spotted B.
Quelqu'un peut m'aider? Hello?
Show me a target.
Ah non.
Flash out!
Reloading.
Dead.
Il y a une vandale garage, les gars. Au cas où, celui qui veut.
Still inside.
Le euro, il
Ils
est.
sont les
Cutting
deux.
their vision.
One enemy remaining.
Bien joué.
Kill everyone, and our job gets a whole lot easier.
Instinct only goes so far. Skill covers the rest.
Est-ce qu'on fera pas un petit A?
Let's go A.
Vas-y.
Come on then!
Focusing.
Concussing!
Dropping smoke.
Clearing out!
Grosse pute là.
Reloading.
Blinding!
Spike's down.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Careful now.
I didn't bring a snack. Did anyone bring a snack?
Reloading. Reloading.
Could I have a drop? Thank you.
There. There. There.
Go.
For
Go
you,
garage,
hermanita.
pas de soucis.
Garage pour C, je pense.
Tombé. Hein.
Reloading.
Tremor! Blasting!
Enemy spotted.
Flash out!
Focusing. Our spike is down.
Spike down C. Last player standing.
C'est dur au classique là. Hein.
C'est une folie ce camé.
Frère, elle avait une ligne.
Flawless.
Putain, non, c'était l'autre merde, j'ai fait le crouch.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
I'm ready.
Enemy spotted.
Spike down A.
Clearing out!
I have retrieved the spike.
Je suis dans leur bac hein.
Camera taken out. Enemy spotted A.
Blinding!
Last player standing. Spike down A.
I'm ready.
Don't let up.
Over there. Enemy spotted C.
Il y a des blocs en C.
Trevor! Blasting!
Enemy spotted C.
Reloading.
You disappoint me. Enemy spotted me.
My camera is destroyed.
Il y avait rien ici.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
Non, mais l'arena en fait ça c'est pas.
Demande-lui.
Vas-y.
Non mais je pense parce que les gars, enfin tu presses.
You know, I could just outlive them.
Reloading.
Bullets are quicker.
Reloading.
Could I have a drop? Thank you.
I need a drop.
Focusing.
No peeking.
Multiple enemies mid. No distraction.
Target down. My ult is ready.
Concussing! Out of charges.
Here, catch.
Come on, it's close. Always.
My territory, my rules. I have them now.
The rush. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down A.
They think they're so secure.
There.
I need a drop.
There. There.
I need a drop.
I will find you.
The hunt begins.
Trevor!
Die.
Il y a le trap de l'eau. Faites gaffe.
Show me a target.
Dropping smokes.
Spike's down.
No chance.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
I got the spike.
Garage.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Comment elle sait?
Squash them. Fuck.
Je sais pas comment elle a su. Hein.
Je pense qu'elle a vu voir un bout de mon bras et vu qu'elle est en ult.
You
bah,
know what we
elle a dû
should
me voir
do?
sur brillance.
I'll tell you. We should win.
Oula, oui, voilà, oui.
Je peux buy si vous voulez. 3 croissants, je peux te buy.
I need a drop.
Vas-y, vas-y.
I need a gun.
Merci.
De rien, de rien. Pas 3 croissants, 3 carottes. mais buy.
Trois
Hit
carottes.
them fast, hit them hard.
Show me a target. Making cover.
Drop in a smoke.
Gauche face, pas devant.
Concussing!
Cutting the
Clearing out!
Destabilizing. Reloading.
Reloading.
Have one of these. Enemy spotted C.
Elle court derrière. Mais il y en a deux autres sur le site.
Our spike carrier is copper.
Spike down
You had
C.
your fun. I
Tripwire
got
destroyed.
my turn.
Not enough.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Like I never left.
Ils arrivent, back, ils arrivent.
One enemy remaining.
Le Euro essaye.
Ah mais j'essaie
Let's pack it up. When we go out there, someone dies. Carry that weight.
Reloading. Reloading.
Could I have a drop? Thanks.
Breach, je peux buy si tu veux.
Behind. I need a drop. Tac tac.
Pas de soucis.
Reloading.
le mur de laisse en B.
Tremor! Blasting!
No peeking.
Flash out!
Focus. Stopping fire. Destabilizing.
I could have sworn you were finished.
Blinding!
Je pense que l'arena elle va être dans le bac.
Spike down C. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding? I have retrieved the spike.
If pain is a lesson, my ult is ready.
Match point.
I saw the desperation. Let's use that.
Reloading. Reloading.
Could I have a drop? Thank you.
Breach, tu peux buy clove ou pas?
Sinon j'ai de l'argent.
Could I have a drop?
n'importe.
Thank you.
They will cower!
No peeking.
Concussing!
Drop in a smoke.
Clearing out! Flash out!
Have one of these.
Last player standing.
Elle est quand même 38-17.
Ouais, non, elle se meurt.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts still need a drop.
Je crois que ça ne va pas. Hein.
Time's up.
Let's go.
The hunt begins!
Tremor!
Enemy spotted B.
Show me a target. No
Drop
distraction.
in a smoke.
Any enemies be? You're done.
Nice les gars, on la win.
One enemy remaining.
Ah, on a win, c'est bon. Bien joué.
Flawless.
Bonne rentrée.
Bien joué les gars, bien joué, merci.
Attackers win.
Couldn't have gone better.
Excellent. Then we're done.
framing a negative event as a blessing in disguise makes it easier for you to move forward. It is a kind of mental alchemy, transforming shit into sugar. Understand, we live in a society of relative prosperity, but in many ways this turns out to be a detriment to our spirit. We come to feel that we naturally deserve good things, that we have certain privileges due to us. When setbacks occur, it is almost a personal affront or punishment. How could this have happened? We ask. We either blame other people or we blame ourselves. In both cases, we lose valuable time and become unnecessarily emotional. In places like the hood or in any kind of materially impoverished environment, the response to hardship is much different. Their bad things happening assume a kind of normality. They are part of daily life. The hustler thinks, I must make the most of what I have, even the bad stuff, because things are not going to get better on their own. It is foolish to wait. Tomorrow may bring even worse shit. If 50 had waited, as he had been counseled, he would be just another rapper who had had a moment of success and then faded quickly away. The hood would have consumed him. This hustler mindset is more realistic and effective. The truth is that life is by nature harsh and competitive. No matter how much money or resources you have accumulated, someone will try to take them from you, or unexpected changes in the world will push you backward. These are not adverse circumstances, but merely life as it is. You have no time to lose to fear and depression, and you do not have the luxury of waiting. All of the most powerful people in history demonstrate in one way or another this fearless attitude towards adversity. Look at George Washington. He was a wealthy landowner, but his attitude towards life had been forged by years fighting for the British in the French and Indian War, amid the harsh environment of frontier America. In 1776, Washington was made Supreme Commander of the American Revolutionary Army. At first glance, this position seemed more like a curse. The army was a semi-organized mob. It had no training, was poorly paid and outfitted, and its morale was low. Most of the soldiers did not really believe they could succeed in defeating the all-powerful British. Throughout 1777, British forces pushed this weak American army around, from Boston to New York, until by the end of the year Washington had been forced to retreat to New Jersey. This was the darkest moment in his career and in the war for independence. Washington's army had dwindled to a few thousand men. They had little food and were poorly clothed during one of the bitterest winters in memory. The American Continental Congress, fearing imminent disaster, fled from Philadelphia to Baltimore. Assessing this situation, a cautious leader would have chosen to wait out the winter, muster more troops, and hope for some change in fortune. But Washington had a different mindset. As he perceived it, his army would be considered by the British as too weak to pose any threat. Being small, his army could move without the enemy's knowledge and launch an attack that was all the more surprising for coming out of nowhere. Moving to the attack would excite the troops and gain some much-needed positive publicity. Thinking in this manner, he decided to lead a raid on an enemy garrison in Trenton, which proved to be a great success. He followed this up with an attack on British supplies at Princeton. These daring victories captivated the American public. Confidence had been restored in Washington as a leader and the American army as a legitimate force. From then on, Washington waged a guerrilla-style war, wearing out the British with the great distances they had to cover. Everything was turned around. Lack of funds and experience led to a more creative way of fighting. The smallness of his forces allowed him to torment the enemy with fluid maneuvering over rough terrain. At no point did he decide to wait for more troops or more money or better circumstances. He went continually on the attack with what he had. It was a campaign of supreme fearlessness, in which all negatives were converted into advantages. This is a common occurrence in history. Almost all great military and political triumphs are preceded by some kind of crisis. That is because a substantial victory can only come out of a moment of danger and attack. Without these moments, leaders are never challenged, never get to prove themselves. If the path is too smooth, they grow arrogant and make a fatal mistake. The fearless types require some kind of adversity against which they can measure themselves. The tenseness of such dark moments brings out their creativity and urgency, making them rise to the occasion and turn the tide of fortune from defeat to a great victory. You must adopt an attitude that is the opposite to how most people think and operate. When things are going well, that is precisely when you must be concerned and vigilant. You know it will not last and you will not be caught unprepared. When things are going badly, that is when you are most encouraged and fearless. Finally, you have material for a powerful reversal, a chance to prove yourself. It is only out of danger and difficulty that you can rise at all. By simply embracing the moment as something positive and necessary, you have already converted it into gold. Keys to fearlessness. And nooks all over the earth sit men who are waiting, scarcely knowing in what way they are waiting, much less that they are waiting in vain. Occasionally the call that awakens, that accident which gives the permission to act, comes too late, when the best youth and strength for action has already been used up by sitting still, and many have found to their horror when they leaped up, that their limbs had gone to sleep and their spirit had become too heavy. It is too late, they said to themselves, having lost their faith in themselves and henceforth forever useless. Friedrich Nietzsche. Our minds possess powers we have not even begun to tap into. These powers come from a mix of heightened concentration, energy, and ingenuity in the face of obstacles. Each of us has the capacity to develop these powers, but first we have to be aware of their existence. This is difficult, however, in a culture that emphasizes material means, technology, money, connections as the answer to everything. We place unnecessary limits on what the mind can accomplish, and that becomes our reality. Look at our concept of opportunity and you will see this in its clearest light. According to conventional wisdom, an opportunity is something that exists out there in the world. If it comes our way and we seize it, it brings us money and power. This could be a particular job, the perfect fit for us. It could be a chance to create or join a new venture. Could be meeting the appropriate person. In any event, it depends on being at the right place at the right time and having the proper skills to take advantage of this propitious moment. We generally believe there are only a few such golden chances in life, and most of us are waiting for them to cross our path. This concept is extremely limited in scope. It makes us dependent on outside forces. It stems from a fearful, passive attitude towards life that is counterproductive. It constrains our minds to a small circle of possibility. The truth is that for the human mind, everything that crosses its path can be a potential tool for power and expansion. Many of us have had the following experience. We find ourselves in an urgent, difficult situation. Perhaps we have to get something done in an impossibly short amount of time, or someone we had counted on for help does not come through, or we are in a foreign land and must suddenly fend for ourselves. In these situations, necessity crowds in on us. We have to get work done and figure out problems quickly or we suffer immediate consequences. What usually happens is that our minds snap to attention. We find the necessary energy because we have to. We pay attention to details that normally elude us, because they might spell the difference between success and failure, life and death. We are surprised at how inventive we become. It is at such moments that we get a glimpse of that potential mental power within us that generally lies untapped. If only we could have such a spirit and attitude in everyday life. This attitude is what we shall call opportunism. True opportunists do not require urgent, stressful circumstances to become alert and inventive. They operate this way on a daily basis. They channel their aggressive energy into hunting down possibilities for expansion in the most banal and insignificant events. Everything is an instrument in their hands, and with this enlarged notion of opportunity, they create more of it in their lives and gain great power. Perhaps the greatest opportunist in history is Napoleon Bonaparte. Nothing escaped his attention. He focused with supreme intensity on all of the details, finding ways to transform even the most trivial aspects of warfare, how to march and carry supplies, how to organize troops into divisions, into tools of power. He ruthlessly exploited the slightest mistake of his opponents. He was the master at turning the worst moments in battle into material for a devastating counterattack. All of this came out of Napoleon's determination to see everything around him as an opportunity. By looking for these opportunities, he found them. This became a mental skill that he refined to an art. This power is open to each and every one of us if we put into practice the following 4 principles of the art. Make the most of what you have. In 1704, a Scottish sailor named Alexander Selkirk found himself marooned on a deserted island some 400 miles off the coast of Chile. All he had with him was a rifle, some gunpowder, a knife, and some carpenter's tools. In exploring the interior, he saw nothing but a bunch of goats, cats, rats, and some unfamiliar animals that made strange noises at night. It was a shelterless environment. He decided to keep to the shoreline, slept in a cave, found enough to eat by catching fish, and slowly gave way to a deep depression. He knew he would run out of gunpowder, his knife would get rusty, and his clothes would rot on his back. He could not survive on just fish. He did not have enough supplies to get by, and the loneliness was crushing. If only he had brought over more materials from his ship. Then suddenly the shoreline was invaded by sea lions. It was their mating season. Now he was forced to move inland. There, he could not simply harpoon fish and sit in a cave brooding. He quickly discovered that this dark forest contained everything he needed. He built a series of huts out of the native woods. He cultivated various fruit trees. He taught himself to hunt the goats. He domesticated dozens of feral cats. They protected him against the rats and provided him much-needed companionship. He took apart his useless rifle and fashioned tools out of it. Recalling what he learned from his father, who had been a shoemaker, he made his own clothes out of animal hides. It was as if he had suddenly come to life and his depression disappeared. He was finally rescued from the island, but the experience completely altered his way of thinking. Years later, he would recall his time there as the happiest in his life. Most of us are like Selkirk when he first found himself stranded. We look at our material resources and wish we had more. But a different possibility exists for us as well, the realization that more resources are not necessarily coming from the outside and that we must use what we already have to better effect. What we have in hand could be research material for a particular book or people who work within our organization. If we look for more information outside people to help us, it won't necessarily lead to anything better. In fact, the waiting and the dependence makes us less creative. When we go to work with what is there, we find new ways to employ this material. We solve problems, develop skills we can use again and again, and build up our confidence. If we become wealthy and dependent on money and technology, our minds atrophy and that wealth will not last. Turn all obstacles into openings. The great boxer Joe Louis encountered a tremendous obstacle in the racism of the 1930s. Jack Johnson had preceded Louis as the most famous black boxer of his time. Johnson was supremely skilled and he beat his white opponents with ease, but he was an emotional fighter. Encountering hostile crowds that chanted "Kill the nigger" only made him more heated and angry. He found himself in constant trouble and quickly burned out from all the hatred. Louis was equally talented, but as he perceived it, he could not gloat or show emotion in the ring. That would incite the white audiences and feed into the stereotype of the out-of-control black boxer. And yet a fighter thrives off his emotions, his fighting spirit, and uses this to overwhelm his opponent. Instead of rebelling against this state of affairs or giving up, Louis decided to use it to his advantage. He would show no emotions in the ring. After knocking someone out, he would calmly return to his corner. Opponents and the audience would try to bait him into an emotional response, but he resisted. All of his spirit and anger went into forging this cold and intimidating mask. The racists could not rail against this. He became known as the Embalmer. And it was enough to see his grim expression when you entered the ring to feel your legs getting weak. In essence, Louis turned this obstacle into his greatest strength. An opportunist in life sees all hindrances as instruments for power. The reason is simple. Negative energy that comes at you in some form is energy that can be turned around to defeat an opponent and lift you up. When there is no such energy, there is nothing to react or push against. It is harder to motivate yourself. Enemies that hit you have opened themselves up to a counterattack in which you control the timing and the dynamic. If bad publicity comes your way, think of it as a form of negative attention that you can easily reframe for your purposes. You can seem contrite or rebellious, whatever will stir up your base. If you ignore it, you look guilty. If you fight it, you seem defensive. If you go with it and channel it in your direction, you have turned it into an opportunity for positive attention. In general, obstacles force your mind to focus and find ways around them. They heighten your mental powers and should be welcomed. Look for turning points. Opportunities exist in any field of tension. Heated competition, anxiety, chaotic situations. Something important is going on, and if you are able to determine the underlying cause, you can create for yourself a powerful opportunity. Look for any sudden successes or failures in the business world that people find hard to explain. These are often indications of shifts going on under the surface. Perhaps someone has inadvertently hit upon a new model for doing things and you must analyze this. Examine the greatest anxieties of those on the inside of any business or industry. Deep changes going on usually register as fear to those who do not know how to deal with them. You can be the first to exploit such changes for positive purposes. Keep your eye out for any kind of shifts in tastes or values. People in the media or the establishment will often rail against these changes, seeing them as signs of moral decline and chaos. People fear the new. You can turn this into an opportunity by being the first to give some meaning to this apparent disorder, establishing it as a positive value. You are not looking for fads, but deep-rooted changes in people's
Match
tastes.
found.
One opportunity you can always bank on is that a younger generation will react against the sacred cows of the older generation. If the older set valued spontaneity and pleasure, you can be sure that the younger set will crave order and orthodoxy. By attacking the values of the older generation before anyone else, you can gain powerful attention. Move before you are ready. Most people wait too long to go into action, generally out of fear. They want more money or better circumstances. You must go the opposite direction and move before you think you are ready. It is as if you are making it a little more difficult for yourself, deliberately creating obstacles in your path. But it is a law of power that your energy will always rise to the appropriate level. When you feel that you must work harder to get to your goal because you are not quite prepared, you are more alert and inventive. This venture has to succeed, and so it will. This has been the way of powerful people from ancient to modern times. When Julius Caesar was faced with the greatest decision of his life, whether to move against Pompey and initiate a civil war or wait for a better moment, he stood at the Rubicon River that separated Gaul from Italy, with only the smallest of forces. Although it seemed insanity to his lieutenants, he judged the moment right. He would compensate for the smallness of his troops with their heightened morale and his own strategic wits. He crossed the Rubicon, surprised the enemy, and never looked back. When Barack Obama was contemplating a run for president in 2006, almost everyone advised him to wait his turn. He was too young, too much of an unknown. Hillary Clinton loomed over the scene. He threw away all their conventional wisdom and entered the race. Because everything and everyone was against him, he had to compensate with energy, superior strategy, and organization. He rose to the occasion with a masterful campaign that turned all of its negatives into virtues. His inexperience represented change, etc. Remember, as Napoleon said, the moral is to the physical as 3 to 1, meaning the motivation and energy levels you or your army bring to the encounter have 3 times as much weight as your physical resources. With energy and high morale, a human can overcome almost any obstacle and create opportunity out of nothing. Reversal of perspective. In modern usage, opportunist is generally a derogatory term that refers to people who will do anything for themselves. They have no core values beyond promoting their own needs. They contribute nothing to society. This, however, is a misreading of the phenomenon and stems from an age-old elitism that wants to see opportunities kept as privileges for a powerful few. Those from the bottom who dare to promote themselves in any way are seen as Machiavellian, while those already on the top who practice the same strategies are merely smart and resourceful. Such judgments are a reflection of fear.
Spike planted.
Opportunism is in fact a great art that was studied and practiced by many ancient cultures. The greatest ancient Greek hero of them all, Odysseus, was a supreme opportunist. In every dangerous moment in his life, he exploited some weakness his enemies left open to trick them and turn the tables. The Greeks venerated him as one who had mastered life's shifting circumstances. In their value system,
Last
rigid,
player
ideological
standing.
people who cannot adapt, who miss all opportunities, are the ones who deserve our scorn. They inhibit progress. Opportunism comes with a belief system that is eminently positive and powerful, one known to the Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome as amor fati, or love of fate. In this philosophy, every event is seen as fated to occur. When you complain and rail against circumstances, you fall out of balance with the natural state of things. You wish things were different. What you must do instead is accept the fact that all events occur for a reason, and that it is within your capacity to see this reason as positive. Marcus Aurelius compared this to a fire that consumes everything in its path. All circumstances become consumed in your mental heat and converted into opportunities. A man or woman who believes this cannot be hurt by anything or anyone. Without doubt, princes become great when they overcome difficulties and hurdles put in their path. When fortune wants to advance a new prince, she creates enemies for him. making them launch campaigns against him so that he is compelled to overcome them and climb higher on the ladder that they have brought him. Therefore, many judge that a wise prince must skillfully fan some enmity whenever the
Last
opportunity
player
arises,
standing.
so that in crushing it he will increase his standing. Niccolò Machiavelli, Chapter 4. Keep moving, calculated momentum. In the present, there is constant change and so much we cannot control. If you try to micromanage it all, you lose even greater control in the long run. The answer is to let go and move with the chaos that presents itself to you. From within it, you will find endless opportunities that elude most people. Don't give others the chance to pin you down. Keep moving and changing your appearances to fit the environment. If you encounter walls or boundaries, slip around them. Do not let anything disrupt your flow. The hustlers flow. The old musicians stay where they are and become like museum pieces under glass. Safe, easy to understand, playing that tired old shit over and over again. Bebop was about change, about evolution. IT wasn't about standing still and becoming safe. If anybody wants to keep creating, they have to be about change. Miles Davis. When Curtis Jackson first started hustling in the late 1980s, it was a chaotic world that he entered. Crack cocaine had hit the streets and turned everything upside down. Now the corner hustler was unleashed. Moving to wherever there was money to be made, this new breed of drug dealer had to contend with hundreds of scheming rivals, the erratic drug addicts, the old-style gang leaders who were trying to muscle their way back into the business, and the police who swarmed over the area. It was like the Wild West out there. Every man for himself, making up his own rules as he went along. Some couldn't stand this. They wanted structure, somebody to tell them when to get up and get
Last
to work.
player standing.
They didn't last
One
too long
enemy
in this
remaining.
new order. Others thrived on all the anarchy and freedom. Curtis was of the latter variety. Then one day everything changed. An old-style gangster nicknamed the Godfather made a play for control over the drug traffic of
Spike
Southside
planted.
Queens, and he succeeded. He installed his son Jermaine in Curtis's neighborhood, and the son quickly laid down the law. The family was there to bring order to the business. Jermaine would be selling these purple top capsules for a cheap price. It would be one size fits all, his capsules or nothing. Nobody could compete with his prices, and any hustler that tried to defy him would be intimidated into submission. They were now all working for Jermaine. Curtis found this hard to accept. He did not like any kind of authority. He kept trying to get around Jermaine's tight grip on the area by selling his own stuff on the sly, but Jermaine and his team of enforcers kept catching him. Finally, they inflicted a good beating on him, and he decided it would be wise to surrender. For the time being, Jermaine liked Curtis's independent spirit and decided to take the youth under his wing, schooling him on what he was up to. He had done some time in prison and had studied business and economics there. He was going to run the crack cocaine business according to a model inspired by some of the more successful corporations in America. He aimed for control of the local drug business through cheap prices and a complete monopoly on traffic. That was the evolution of all successful enterprises, even the new ones such as Microsoft. He personally hated all the disorder on the streets. It was bad for business and made him uneasy. One day he drove by in his red Ferrari and invited Curtis to come along for a ride. He drove to the nearby Baisley projects, which were controlled back then by the Pharaohs, a gang that was heavily invested in the crack trade and notorious for its violent ways. Curtis watched, with growing discomfort, as Jermaine explained to its leaders his plan for the neighborhood. He couldn't have freelancers and gangs operating on the margins of his empire. The Pharaohs would have to fall in line as well, but he'd find a way to make it profitable
Spike
for them.
planted.
The man's arrogance was increasing by the day. Perhaps he would follow this visit up with some violent act to show the Pharaohs he meant what he said. But Curtis had a real bad feeling from that afternoon. Over the next few days, he did whatever he could to avoid running into Jermaine. Sure enough,
One
a week
enemy
later
remaining.
Jermaine was shot in the head and killed in one of the back alleyways of the hood. Everyone knew who did it and why. In the months to come, Curtis thought long and hard about what had happened. A part of him had identified with Jermaine. He too had great ambitions and wanted to forge some kind of empire within the hood. With all the competition on the streets, this could never be an easy task. It was natural then for someone like Jermaine to decide that the only way to create this empire was through force and the buildup of a monopoly. But such an effort was futile.
خاصك تجيبهم ايس باش نسامح. دابا جبتيني.
فيها ميكس عافاك.
مالك دابا مالك؟
Like I never left!
يلا يلا. جبتيني يا خويا صافي.
Trevor! Clearing out!
Spike down
Flash
mid.
out!
Spike spotted mid.
كاين تما تخرج من برا.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate's ready.
مشات الايم.
What the fuck?
My territory! My rules!
30 seconds left.
Cutting their vision.
هبطت لتحت.
غدا البي.
هبط فيك واخيرا هذا شو.
Ten seconds left.
Cutting their vision.
Last player standing.
You got fire in your eyes, Phoenix. I like that.
تشمبر اشتري لي يلا.
I need a drop. Cheers.
لا يرضي عليك اخوي تشمبر. لا يرضي عليك.
They will cower.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted mid. Right here.
Come on, let's go! Someone see.
اسكت.
Spike planted.
والشارب الثاني كروه. تفرج لك يلا.
اش بغيتيني ندير لها؟
Last player standing.
نمشي فيه لا واقف في كراج.
ورا الكراج راه منسي. شنو بغيتي نصنع لك؟
Teleport's ready.
الخضره نايحه صغرك.
Flawless.
ماشي بحال شي دير كاع. شي دير كاع هرستيها.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you'd think.
احساس دنيا الاحساس.
هي كتحس حساس بيا كيفاش
حساس بك.
فهماش.
احضر راسك.
راه كنكره اللي ما كيفهموش الكلوكاس. على انسان.
Mine right now. My ult is ready.
Multiple enemies mid.
Spike down mid.
They are so dead.
Concussing! Blasting! Going up!
Someone's B. No, you don't.
One enemy remaining.
راك تبلانتي في السيك تبلانتي.
Spike planted.
Blinding!
You have time.
جمعك فاندال
واو واو
جمعك فاندال
واو تشامبر
راهو فاندال نار
Just
كنا
swapping
مقدس
fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
Need a drop.
شري لي هادشي والله طري عارضي صافي شري لي اخو الله
Could I have a drop?
Oh, what was it?
عاودي
اجل
لا وز لا خذ فلوس كخلي
ده شكرا.
ايه ليا شري 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 لي شري
Thank you.
بنت الكلبة
Enemy A.
كلوف جو فلانك
Okay, you know.
Trevor! Clearing out! Reloaded. Away with you. Going out. Enemy A. Flash out! Watch your eyes!
Spike down A.
My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
يا خلاف شحال من زهارة كتلقى فيهم ضربة لواحد
I've been itching for a fight.
قتلات ريز خليت فيها ضربة قتلات ديربوت خليتو فيها ضربة قتلات كلوف خليتو فيها ضربة واه على الزهر وانا يري على 14 كيل شحال من زهارة راه ديك السكين نوريك ها انا وراك انا وراك هذاك راه ديك السكين راه نشوف
جاوبوني السيبورت الناس.
شو قالوا له؟
Goodbye. Enemy A.
You had your fun. My turn.
قالوا له
راح يدوا لي البان.
واش قلنا لك؟ عندك مقارنة اساسا راه ما بلانتش نجيب
Blasting! Concussing! Reloading.
Like I never left.
Reloading. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
We good. We good.
شامبر عرفتيش
Look at that. They
شو
lost
خنقانة وياك
again.
كنت في سبايك والله تنخليها بالله
I need a drop.
كاين هاني شامبر هاني دايزا واش
Clove. Or Ben. Can you buy me?
Tack.
Thank you.
It
No,
feels like
buy a
we're
shield,
already.
shield. Before get the shield. What the fuck ما شريت الشيلد ناري غتموت
Almost sick.
Trevor!
Fire in the hole!
Spike down C.
يلا بدي مع سلامة. Ben نسيت.
Spike planted.
Someone see.
No, I can't use that.
Last player standing.
درين هادي خويا مع ام غريب عنده
سميرف راه باينه
لا يلا انت تمشي لازم صافي شو الكلوف ديالنا
17 كيل والله العالي العظيم، ولا 8 شفراتهم ديالنا حنا كاملين. شو هي عندها 0 اسيست، تخيل معايا 0 اسيست و17 كيل.
Teleport's ready.
كيلاتنا كاملين.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
Guys, I have ult.
فين دير داك الاولت؟
ما بغاش يسكت ياك.
شنو والله حتى غنطرولي، ماشي غنطرولي زعما ما غنلعبش، غنطرولي نبقى نضحك اخويا لاعب ضاحك.
دابا شنو بغيت
This one's
تدور
for the
عليا
fan back
دابا.
home.
نقدر عندي عادي انا ماشي مشكل.
هادي شانه.
اوه على هاد.
Concussing.
برافو.
بغيتش ندير لك اخويا، ديت لك رينا. اهم حاجه ديت رينا.
صورك كتكلخ، راه كون شفتي راه كنتي راه علاش عاودتي بيكيتي ايتي وسير دخل عليه.
انا ما كنتش عارف وما انا خصني نعرف هذا فين.
Last player standing.
شابت هذا
شوف خذ راحتك شويه لك.
Spike planted.
اسمو دابا 1 2 3.
خليه يقدر يقيس.
خلاص
اي رئيس.
ما كاينش الوقت.
Blinding.
الشرايط ديالك.
Trevor.
Last round in the half.
Expendably sing. Don't be cheap.
الطر هذا مع شمالي ما لاعبش. اخ بيكي معايا ناري بيكي القمع.
ما كاينش بيكي معنا، حنا ديفندر اصاحبي، اش غتبيكي؟
The hunt begins.
Come on, let's go.
واو هذا الشدون يا
هذا جبر الطول. بس
You're out.
ديت لكم رينا كانت اولتي يا الحمار.
Careful now.
انا عطلهم.
Enemy A.
راجل اي.
My territory, my rules. I have them now.
نسيتها. ضرب
ضرب شرف ضربك. شوف يا صاحبي حنا فين.
Spike planted.
Concussing. Clearing out. Excusez-moi. Flash out.
شوط
تعادلنا معهم صافي جيجي الدراري.
Enemy A.
Last player standing.
صافي تعادلنا معهم جيجي الدراري بقيت.
نخلخات ناصر.
Switching sides.
Their lives are so meaningless.
Might as well give them to me.
خويا وايز ملي عقلت عليك كنت كتلعب بريتش.
هيا مين؟
كاين شي قصه تما.
لا مين؟
لا خويا لا.
طلع بنياس.
ملي عقلت عليك خويا شحال دابا شي شهر دابا اخويا باقي تلعب بريت حياة بريت
لا قبل كتبيعو
ناري شي الله يتوب بنادم حاقو والله كان عندي واحد الام واعر وطلعت للسيلفر وهادي دابا وليت
أوكي.
خايف الام
نشوف.
دابا البرونز 3 بنادم حاقود وحاسود حساب
Enemy spotted A. Getting sight. Enemy spotted A.
Trevor! Reload him.
Had your wish.
Careful now.
Refreshing.
One less.
Last player standing.
فيهم بجوج عندك 4000 غادي
بي
30 seconds left.
شو سيم
Spike planted.
خلاص نمشي
I smoked the entry.
Flash.
One enemy remaining.
Nice try.
ما كنتش معول عليه يجي من تما كنتسنى يتعطل واحد شويه
كنتش معول هذاك دير بحال هكا ميكسيك هذيك تسمع الديفيوزات
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
غنبلانت عرفتي داك شي حاجه غنبلانت وغنولي نلعبها واحد التايم ما يمكنش غنولي نخبي تنسمع الديفيوز 3 مرات باش ما كيبغيو نديرو ناضيين ماشي من داك النوع اللي كيديفيوزي
انت بعد ما سمعتي الديفيوز مره واحده وما سمعتي 3 مرات هما تلقى لها السنه تخرج شي عندهم اوكي
في كورينا شفت في كورينا
امسي سمعت داك الروبو ديالو لا
ما تدخلش كل واحد يشقلش في بلاصه اما ما كراج
Flash.
Enemy spotted mid. Finished. Reloading.
Last player standing.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
سرنا وهي ناقص 20
جوج خصم
وهي ناقص 20 غنقص لي 20 غنقص لي الطروحه كاملين اللي لعبت شوف والله الا خويا ما تسولنيش كنلعب ما كنا كنخسر
بحال ما مشي حنا طلعنا كود السيلفر
لا ماشي نمشي
Inige Sheldon.
راه الاخر داك سميتو سموك
Pew pew.
Spike dropped. I have the spike. Spike dropped. Spotted A. Got spike.
شوف لي فايز
Trevor. Blasting. Blinding.
Spike down A.
Got the spike.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That's 3.
جو اي
هيجي لها من تما ما هي من تما هذا مخبي لها شوف
No peeking.
يلا صب
وراه.
النايفر هادشي اللي كانت وراه.
Drop in a smoke.
30 seconds left.
كان في خضر.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
انا عندي الت.
والله ما فهمت اخويا كيفاش كنمشي لشي سايت كنلقاهم كلهم تكزكزوا عليا. ما فهمتش اخويا علاش نتوما تمشيو لشي سايت كتلقى راسكم نتوما في السايت وما ما كاينينش.
عرفتي في الصيف طيب انا ما دخلت لقيت ديدلوك كتسناني بحال شي فريسه.
متشمت والله ما تبغي العدوك اصاحبي.
يلاه تقول انميست وتتوت.
والله تمت واحد الموسم ما تبغيهاش شي العدو.
السي متي من لهيه. انا
إيه،
جيت
من-
السي.
من هنايا مت من هنا.
Spike planted. My
والله
ult
تخيل
is
من تما
ready.
ضرباتنا. بلانتات كلوف وانتم باقيين في السايت.
صافي حنا زين.
ناركم ثقيله برو.
Come on, let's go.
علاش ايتي
Someone
يو بار
Bunch of guys, eh?
Concussing.
Last player standing.
Back like I never
Flash
left.
out.
ديفيوزي ولا فوق.
خاصني 5 ستاك.
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
نعاود خاصني 5 ستاك. ما يمكنش اصاحبي نبقى نلعب انا بحال هكا. ما يمكنش هذا. شي.
لا حول ولا قوة الا بالله. يلا نمشيو بيا.
Embarrass them.
اوكي سي اوكي.
I give you my Reina for doing this.
يلا. دمر علي دابا.
Still in sight.
Trevor. Embarrassing.
Cutting their vision.
Someone see. That's
Bye.
Bye.
You had your fun. No, my turn.
Careful now. Spike planted.
tidy.
Fire in the hole.
بدي كلوف هنا.
One enemy remaining.
هاي عند كلوف هاي عند كلوف.
كلوف ما فينا كلوف.
كلوف بيد بي.
قصد شيء.
فادقة.
The hunt begins.
ناري صافي مشيت وضاع صوت الدراري.
لا فادقة عندكم
لا
كلها.
طاش.
تخبى هنايا وسطاني الملاو.
Concussing.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
بان شري يلا حط.
I need a drop.
شامبر بليز برو بليز.
Oh shite! I lost my pet rock.
انا شرحت ليه.
Trevor.
Enemy
My ultimate's ready.
Spike down mid.
My territory, my rules.
Come on, let's go. Watch your eyes. Get out of here.
إلي خيالية.
I have the Spike planted. My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
You tried. I'd stop that.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
Could I have a drop?
Can someone buy me, please? Phoenix, can you buy me?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Remember my good deed.
مكانك.
Let's have some fun.
هو كان ترول كان ترول.
Cutting their vision.
Smoke, smoke here.
Concussing! Clearing out! Reloading!
Yeah, rotate. Go to C. Come. Rotate. Go, come, go.
Spike carrier is down.
Next!
Spike down, C.
Still in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Spike planted. Okay, quick break.
Reloaded.
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
All right, muckers. Off we go.
Spike
I have the spike. Spike drop.
No peeking.
Cutting their vision.
Drop in a smoke.
Trevor! Plastic!
I have the spike.
120 deadlock, guys.
Insane. Reloading.
Blinding!
Enemy spotted.
My ult's ready.
Spike planted.
Bridge.
عند كلوف
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Reloading. The symphony of death. Don't worry.
You get used to it.
Drop in a smoke.
Concussing! Clearing out! Flash out!
Enemy spotted A.
Watch your eyes! Reload him.
Here! Dash!
Good done. Enemy spotted A.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
I never left!
My ace, my ace.
Blinding.
Reloading.
You made a mess of yourself.
You're not getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
انا هو يسمعك اخوي كدار ارجوك ايش كدار انا وياك يقول وات ذا فاك يا صاحبي يقول له وات ذا فاك انا مالو
والله تكسغن ايسي
Reloading.
كلوب عندنا 28
Take 'em.
والله لا
ايسيت
كضربها للباضي
They will cower.
Tremor. Blasting.
اوتي اوتي دابا
Let's go.
وجاب شوف الجناب
Flash out.
اما الفوق هيفن تاور
Fire in the hole! Multiple enemies.
I have them.
شاور بالشعب
Reloading. Reloading.
ما حدا يشوف واحد
Last player standing.
دوي يا اخويا دوي قول لي راه قتلات
دوا صاحبي دوا هو الدراري يقولوا ان فوا
ولا قول لي قتلات كلوف غندور انا نطيحها
ولا انت قلتي لي شوف وراك انا كنت كنشوف هنا انا انت راه قتلاتك من هنا انت
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
جي شي خويا
لا واش انا عارفه كلوف
برونت فابور
They are so dead.
والله بدات هاد الكيلات غير بسببنا حنا كنداماجيو راه والله
كنشوف فيها لا كنشوف كلوف كضربها للباضي
Let's go.
تا
لعبت انا بوادي يا خويا نشوف
Voilà, je vois
Spike up.
I have the spike. Spike dropped. Concussion.
Reloading.
Clearing out. What? My ultimate's ready. Spike planted. Reload him.
Clove is on B, she's coming.
Come on, let's go!
خلينا
خلينا
Someone's A.
The hunt begins.
ما خليهمش يدخلوا
Blinding. Oh, I like it.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
فيها 80
Good job, Jude.
حالك
That was a nice one.
نايس
Match point.
This has gone on long enough, I think. Gun here.
Okay, let's try C, please. You'll go C by main, and I try double door, okay?
I love this guy
That's a kill. You had your fun. My turn. Spotted mid.
Pitiful.
Refreshing.
Tremor. Blasting. Spike planted.
كنتلاقى الدراري كنتلاقى
No peeking.
الدراري كنلاقى
Territory mine. One enemy remaining.
Have them now.
Attackers win.
Time to go home. Scrape these bugs off my boots.
لاقي بزاف باري اخويا يديروا لي مدريد باري صعيبه صاحبي بزز جبناهم بزز واه باري وزنا
لوح
عيدوا لي البام قلت شي لي قلت لي راح يعيدوا لك البام
لا لا كذا
انا ينو
يطلع الجولد جوج. هو بالرجل لك يستاهل دايموند ولا كيقصر اصلا.
يا مدريد
وايز علي وايز
عرفتي هاد الطرح دابا غنلعب عرفتي غنطري هاردي واحد طري هاردي
ان شاء الله.
هو ما غلبش برينا صاحبي صافي طلعت لي فراسي صافي بركة عليا من رينا اخويا وشي حاجة اخرى عرفتي شنو خلي نلعب فينيكس صافي لعب انت برينا ولا تقر راسك فينيكس زوين واعر يا 5 ستاك صبر كسفتين ندخل مع الله اخويا سير بصحة وايز ريت غيتلاقى صاحبي وسط الطرح غيتلاقى وايز اوكي
لا الدامريكس
قال لك دقيقة ولا ونص اوكي دامريكس كنصيفط ليه ما كيقبلش والله لا قبلك هذاك
بالرجل الدامريكس قهرناه مسكين.
يقصر هو راه كيقصر على الجهد ديال بصح تيقصر راه تيقصر
يمشي ليه الجوع.
انا وي 3 دقائق لا والله بصح 3 دقائق
الدراسة
هو تسنى حنا نتسنى
انا جيت الان قدام
ري شكون دخل
واش
ري شكون دخل واش هاني
فينا صاحبي
بخير لاباس عليك
لاباس
الله حافظك
دامريكس اخو قالوا لي عليك شي هضره خايبه
وايلي
والله لا يا اخويا
الهضره اخو
قالوا لي يا خويا راك ظريف وداك الشيء واش شتي بصح
لا حاشا اخويا حاشا ولينا
اللي كيجيك يسلخو
يا ظلموني فادي
ظلموك اخويا
ظلموني اخويا
عارف لي كاين
زيدوا واحد
وشوف الدامريكس
ما تزيد واحد ما نمشي نخرج في حالي.
شوف جبت لك واحد الكادو اخويا دامريكس
لا صاحبي ما تخرجش صاحبي شنو
كارد فهمتي دابا حتى انت كاريتينا شحال من مره ولعيبات بغيت فهمتي نتهلا فيك.
شنو هو كادو؟
كادو
شنو هو؟
نشري لك سكين
حلف بالله
اش من سكين بغيت
واللي كان جيب الله يجعل مو في اللون ديال الخرا
صافي اللي كان
اصاحبي
طافا لي باي بال ديالك نصيفط لك 100 درهم.
باي بال
عندك باي بال؟
عندي الكونط اخويا اللي بغيتي تشوبي فيه.
لا ما عنديش لاكارت اصاحبي.
عندك باي بال؟
عندي بيبل.
وبيبال اش فيه بيبال؟
فيه الفلوس اخي بيبال.
واك الكونط اصاحبي ودير داكشي.
ضحك معاك اصاحبي كان عندي كل شوط براسي اصاحبي.
واحد قرب.
لا ويلي ولكن
قرب
فهمتي
ما
كان
عندوش.
عندي نعطي لخويا ويلي.
لا لا والو خويا لا
والله انا نعطي لخويا بالله.
ساعة باغا نلعب دابا انا ما كاين حتى حد نخرج.
بلاتي لا 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 ناري يخرج ناري.
نو بليز
ناري ما
برو.
غيكاريناش. الله يعاودك
والله حتى غير نخرج يلا صافي عليك.
حد بلاص الدراري يلعب معنا بلاص.
لا 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 ما يلعبش لا.
بلاص جوج. لا ما يلعبش. كان اصلا انت. لا
عيط لشي واحد ديك خاينه ديك الاومن ديك اليو كي. عيط ليه.
هذاك.
ما عرفتش.
اصبر نشوف ديسكورد.
عيط على اي واحد عندك في فالو كيعرف يلعب فالو صافي. انا اللعب واصل. بغينا نقصرو.
غير قصروا ثلاثة حيد.
لا 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 لا.
ولا صافي هاي.
عافاك.
شو واحد لعيبش.
نو بليز برو بليز برو. نو برو. خذ عاد.
ما بغاش يلعب معانا صافي والله. طلعت لي
انا ما كاينش وايز كاين وما كاينش وايز بس.
وايز اخوي صافي يا اخوي يجيك صافي ريح ميكس وريح. هو دخل هو ستيفان وحنا نبدا اكلك.
ستيفان السوكي.
صافي يلا انا شتو كاين صيفط ليه. خصنا واحد سربين اخوي. شوف نكاريو
باقي وايز باقي ما جاش اخونا.
نكاريو من وياك الدامريك.
وايز الخلق.
وايز يمشي يخرق. بغينا نهبطو انا نهبطو دابا. خويا وايز كاين. سير سير.
صافي ما شاء الله.
لا 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 لا
اخونا كيدير لنا
اكيد
السيستم.
حدا صعيب صافي تدبروا على شي حد يقولوه. هاي
لعب ناري واش اخوي نلعب راسي بعد جوج النواب هادو.
خلينا نشبرو.
والله يمك نطلع على عرفتي.
خلينا نشبرو اصاحبي.
والله
ناري
الجولد والله نطلع على الجولد. والله نبقى شي عرفتي. عيط لشي واحد اصاحبي والله انا باغي والله شي باغي يلعب معانا.
اسامه.
لا 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 ديك خينا اللي كيلعب بنيون لا والو ما تدخلوش معايا هذيك. اخويا صبر زيد واحد اخويا زيد. الله يرحم لك الوالد. زيد واحد راه غنزيدو واحد الجولد كيعرف يلعب.
زيد عندك وايز. زيد عندك شي واحد اخويا راه حنا صافا وستيفانو دخلوا لها.
ستيفانو الله 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 داري الدامريكس.
ويست
صبر يجي الدامريكس.
غير شو غنمشي ناكل نجي.
داري غير عصبني راه يلاه الدامريكس قال لي ندبرو على واحد ونبداو.
والله الا خصني ناكل.
والله اقسم بالله حلف لك انا والله حتى خصني نمشي ناكل ما بغيتش. يلا قلت لهم خلوا لي حق.
انا راه ما يمكنش يخليو لي حقك كاين.
والله ما يعب قول لي بديش الطرح صافي بدينا دير. ناري شكون مباني الدراري.
واحد ما مباني غير.
لا خرج
دامريكس لاعب وصافي.
انا ندخلكم واحد. صبر ونخرج صافي.
دامريكس خويا صبر نهبطو كيدخلها واحد ونرجعك صافي.
سير
ولكن غادي يتخرجوا من ناري يبدا.
صافي واخا
صافي يلا تهلاو.
خويا شوف اسمعني جوج كلمات. غتلعب كتعرق ياك غتعرق. سد المايك ناري حيد المايك. سيندو هذا ما ندير ليه. الله يعاونو لا سيندو خويا الله يحفظك اللي ما بقى.
سندو
الله يحفظك لا ما بقى. الله يحفظك لا ما بقى. لا ما تخرج راه من الصباح كندبروا على واحد. غندير 2 كلمات السيندو 4 الكلمات.
اطيحوك مع السميرف الدراري والله ما زيرو.
لا لا خويا يطيحونا مع شي دامريك ما ماشي اسمه.
يا ساندو غادي تري هاردي غدير بحال قالوا لك الا خسرتي والديك ما غيبقاوش في الحياه.
عرفتي من اين هو كيقول الدبلي وهاد اللعيب.
والله هذيك تري هاردي راه باغي نطلع سيفر 2 راني
Match found.
دامريك خويا عافاك عافاك دامريكس.
مسك رجليك اخونا.
خلي لي هذا خلي لي العزوه.
سيندو معروف سيندو ديال
سيندو لا سيندو الهندي مول الماء
ولا دامريك.
لا
لا خلي لي سموكر انا عندي مع كلوف.
Stand in my
لا
way.
صاحبي جيت اصاحبي
I
في
dare
ايسك.
you.
وكلوف
كلوف كلشي
كلوف ياك اخويا كلشي ديالك اخويا الله يحفظك.
الله يحفظك.
ساندو خويا لاباس عليك بخير الحمد لله. داير اخويا بيك
كيف مزيان
لوكي
جو 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 جو.
خويا نعم اختي.
عندك ضربنا اخويا ساندو الله يحفظك. الله يرحم لك الوالد.
الله يسهل عليك الله يا ربي
الله يعطيك الماكله.
امين.
ابو الماكله.
الله يعطيك.
ايوا بحال هادي اخويا.
يعطيك الصحه الله يعطيك الوالد عندك كضربني والله حتى كنت بيضاق اسمح لي بزاف السيندو.
ساندو كفت ليك اخويا كفت ليك.
وانت كلمه.
يا كوموك ها
كيف
كتكتب بالشلحه مشارجي. كوموك مشارجي خويا اش كدوب لغه الجنون. دوب اللغه القديمه. ساندويتش فاطر بلساني كروه.
فطر في التبن والقح.
وكل شامبوان.
I can't deal with the morality of yet another brimstone. The hypocrisy. I'll silence him.
ساندويتش واكل تفاح.
ساندو واكل
واكل البعويد معمر بالخبز. ساندو تشري ساندو دوما
ساندو ديروا لنا لا.
تشري ساندو تشري قولي تشري
Alright.
هاد اللعيبه افرق ليش مبغاش
صافي شري بدات الجيم سكسو.
جو
كنموت. ولا اخر وات ذا فاك.
Spike down B.
يورو لداخل يورو لداخل.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Last player standing.
60 وايز خويا.
جري خويا
سوري
برين
بايز ما تسيف بس
برين ستون داماجي. كونكاسي اش خلينا
No peeking.
ترى خاسر اصاحبي صافي.
زعزعوه.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
يورو دليل لعيبه خطيره صاحبي. حط الدار ضربناه هنايا ومشى تيليبورت ولعبدو ومشى لهيه.
وانا بعد اصلا ما عارف كيف جاتني الدقه. ترى كنت واقف جاتني الدقه.
جو ضربوا كلكم.
Concussing! Flash! Clearing out! Going up!
ما يبداو يضربوا.
No peeking. Reloading.
Flash out! Someone's B. Careful now.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down B.
هذا كيفاش كيجيبوني هذا؟ قضية حامضة اخوي.
راه جيبوهم ميكس واصبر.
اسمعني فاش هو اللي دخلوا هاد الدراري.
Last player standing.
جيبوهم يلا.
Flawless.
فاش هو اللي اسمعني فاش هو اللي دخلوا.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, why? Okay, it's fine.
ما فهمتش اصاحبي. فاش كتوالي عاد هما كيدخلوا للسايت كامل. اجي نمشيو لايه اخويا هاد بي نخلخوها.
واش واكل الجلبان؟ واكل العسل؟
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Enemy spotted A.
Flash.
Dropping ceiling sight.
Tremor! Blasting!
Reloading.
اشد ملاوي. What the fuck؟ انت يا اخوي ظهر اكس.
روتيت.
ليش راه
بقى قدام اكس المبقى.
You're nothing. Enemy spotted me.
Retired.
هو عندي 3
One enemy remaining.
باقي واحد 3 وخارج.
30 seconds left.
Can I trade my powers in for invincibility? Much prefer that.
I'm done playing.
صفر طرف تخار.
Phoenix, burn them down.
واش تندولي لاعب ولا خو صغير ولا؟
Concussing!
Catch!
Watch your eyes!
انا
Feeling safe.
Going up!
Our spike carrier is killed.
Clearing out!
Spike down B.
Got the spike!
الله يرحم لك الوالد.
Someone's at defender's spawn.
صف.
Last player standing.
يور باين. شوف اليوم عندك $1,000,000.
Gotcha!
وقف اضرب على راسك.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just take a wee kick.
سندر لي ذاك الجاية.
I need this.
We win, we survive.
شفتي خافوش نكوفريكم معكم. راكم خبيت الدخل.
Dropping smokes.
Out of charges.
Reloading.
Camera taken out.
Our carrier's dead.
Spike down A.
Blinding. Got the spike.
My ult ready.
صافي سير اكبر مع سير. والله ما صافي سير. يلا
شفت
فوت اخويا الله باقي بس
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
I need this.
اشتري لي هوايز. اشتري لي هوايز.
اسكي
I need this. My thanks.
For you.
هذا مية الله اللي بيحسن.
Concussing.
They will go. Back like I never left.
Where is hiding?
Reloading.
Spike planted. My ult's
One
ready.
enemy remaining.
That's not ready.
Reloading.
دامنك خوي صرنا لك.
Reloading.
New fact, new tactics, keep it fresh, yeah?
اقسم توتي ولي اطلع.
Reloading.
Reloading.
انا نفكر لكم ايه.
Punch in.
خليني انا لا غنمشي.
وصير
Dropping smokes.
غير سموكين هنا. شو ايه؟ شو واو الكاميرا كنت تشوفها ولا لا؟
Watch out! Brimstone's out. My ultimate's ready.
Reloading.
صايفر ديالو اجول.
Spike drop.
I have retrieved
the spike.
سايفر الله يخطفك الحق حيت كنتي كتشوف فيها. غادي غتشيري فيك. يخطفك الحق اخويا. صور غنسب لك امك خليني ندوي معاه.
صافي دبر راسك شويه يمشي السوق.
Enemy defender
راو عندك.
No hard feelings.
cage trigger. Defender
Inside.
عندهم فلاش عندهم.
Right here.
30 seconds left.
ما تبقاو صايفر كي تسنى. لا صايفر مشى.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left. Spike down A.
Ah, shots. Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
They're usually distracted once I reveal them. Make sure you take advantage. Reloading. I need this.
هو سايفر نط عطلك الله يحفظك الله يحفظك الله يحفظك. واش انا كنشوفو حاضر دابا هو اسمع دابا كنشوفو حاضر هو هنا انا غادي بحال هكا
صفر ما غيخدم معاه حتى الديفنس دابا الاتاك شر ما عنده
Get on with it!
حاضر ما علاش ما يبقاش حاضر انا غادي ضربات ليا والشوت هو غادي معايا
Trevor!
Dropping smoke.
I have the spike.
Come on, let's go! Clearing out!
Who's next?
Someone's B. Watch your eyes! Let's go!
No bomb
Tripwire destroyed. Found you. I know exactly where you are.
فايز حد على
Reloading.
بقى في دابا الفاين
Last player standing.
That brimstone better stay out of my way.
I need this. I need this. I need this.
ويدور ثالث
Reloading.
خويا الكلوب خذ سبايك اخويا
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Trevor! Blasting! Reload him.
Enemy spotted B.
Got you.
Enemy spotted me.
Right there.
Reloading.
Someone is mid.
يلا شو الازهار
Dropping smokes.
Blinding!
Someone is B.
وراك يا سايفر وراك
Need danger.
My ult is ready. Someone's mid.
Tripwire destroyed.
Hi. Bye. Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
I'll just let you finish.
واو
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
ماما
I need this.
نتان
I need this. My thanks. We will reveal their secrets.
Trevor!
Camera taken out.
Clearing out!
Still in sight.
Dropping smoke.
Flash out!
Someone's at defender's spawn.
Plant the spike.
Planting the spike. Ultimate is ready.
Reloading.
Cutting their vision.
Someone's in defender's spawn.
Last player standing.
لا 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 دابا سموكا ولاحوا كل شيء صح خلونا نخرجوا عندهم
عندهم لاحوا 10 خصنا نديروا خصنا نسويو
لا حيت مع السماك خرج انا الا حاول عليكم كلشي
Come on! Get me in the line of fire.
ديرينا انا ما عنديش
بيت امرك
صاحبو الدامريك شكون صاحب
دامريك يشري ليا
شي صاحبو الاول شي عرفت لقيتو في
بالبا.
لا ما سمعتكش
ماشيش الرجاله راجل هنايا
فاك يو دامريك
Embarrassing.
3 8 3 8 اسكت
ويلي انا فاك
Spike dropped.
I have the spike.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Our spike carrier down.
What the fuck?
Spike down mid.
Sorted. Pew pew.
Got the spike.
شو عليه موت اسكن موت
Someone's in defender spawn. Watch
يجي
your
واحد يقول لي
eyes.
علاش انت باطن فراي
Blasting.
علاش ما ضربش علاش
Reloading.
حاضك هذا ناقص حاضك لا لك الشيء
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
هذا ويز
واعر
دخلوا اي
لا بلاش
عنده أط
غاسمعوني ندخل ايوا
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
علم علم
10 seconds left.
يعطيك واحد
كان عنده
اسمع
Hellfire. Not one left.
وير سبع
Last round before the switch.
Last call for all the things we
وايز شري ليا وايز
Reloading.
ريكوست
I need this. My thanks.
ذا ويز نو ذا وايز
يا اخوي سايفر انا وراك اخوي بعد الشباب
I need this.
ناخذ حاضر
بلاش غنبوشي انا كلوب غنخليه بجوج خذ
dropping smokes. Enemy spotted A. My ult is ready.
Come on, let's go. Clearing out. Amateur. Flash out. Spike carriers down.
Hi!
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted.
I have retrieved the
Like
spike.
I never left.
Our spike down.
Last player standing.
الدراري هذا نخنخونا الاخوان
هانيون
Switching sides.
ماشي نيون ماشي شنو راح ناكل
Buy stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah?
من هنا
اه
جيكو عرفتي كنسمع جيكو طن كي طن
حاجه هو بريمستون الفوق
والله الا هو بريمستون عرفتي كي طن فينا بجوج
هادو راحتهم رزاق
وصلت ناري الترابات الملاح شوف والله ما يشوفوه
صافي اجوري اذا كان صفر ما خلي منها اي واحد واحد ميت بجوج ايه
السايفر قاعد براسه
واش اخوي بخير لاباس عليك الحمد لله ما عندنا
Tremor.
You need
Blasting.
reloading.
Sword got.
Put down.
يا رب يدخل
الكاميرا زاد
Point destroyed.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
اصبر
Spikes
Reloading.
Reloading.
Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
That's it. Break time.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead.
خرج بحال شي طوبه واحد قرب خرج من السموك وي
ويلي خرج من السموك
وي
وات ذا فاك اصاحبي
خرج باليسار ديالو
ضمنك صحيح حيت انا نطبقهم هاد نوريك كيف يديروها
رجع
بسم الله انا قاد بها عمر مين خديش بها ديش واحد انا اسطوره
No peeking.
Concussing! Clearing out!
Someone's mid.
اوه نخليها
Someone's mid.
كانت عندي دبل كيل تما هو
Spike down mid.
Spike spotted mid.
يجيو عندك
لو اتش بي علم راهو في الصندوق علم
30 seconds left.
سبايك رباطه
داو
Someone's mid.
One enemy remaining.
Someone's mid.
Spike down mid.
سيروا اي واحد فيكم يمشي
10 seconds left.
والله يدخل بالله
Flash!
ما قداش اللي وراك فلاش الخرا كامل
Oh, this
How's
reminds
the
me
wave
of
last?
this one time where
شي صايفر دي صورة سموك هاد ويلي نيون عشي معاه بغات تخرج وتسمع ديك كرم غط على راسها ماي جاد
هربان طلتي بزاف السي رجع
Someone's B.
كلهم فين نجي ولا بلاش
ليش مرتي شي
Enemy spotted mid.
دامريكس
انا وياري فلاشي
Target down.
Concussing! Blasting!
Spike planted.
Blinding! Flash! Flash out!
الله كيفاش بلانت هو صاحبي واحد الخرج كيدير انا عندك الاخر برين
Target down.
برين فوق موراكم اسيندو
Last player standing.
فاك
Yous don't get a reset button, so stay alive.
You should win.
Could have a drop.
دراري غنتجاجي عليهم لكن
هو صح دري لي فاندال
علاش السيف
حرف الله
لا غنسيفي ما
شري شري
دري
لا خويا لا غنسيفي كيف ما نسيفين غتسيفي تنت
فاك
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
لا سيفي شن سباح
Come on, let's go. Bunch of guys B.
فيه ضربة واه
ميد
Tremor! Clearing out!
I'm A.
Spike planted.
Weak.
Going up!
Reloading. Someone is A.
Blinding!
الله يسر لي من اخويا ما فين تخليه يخرج لي بالخراب.
Last player standing.
انا خلوني انط ما يتصاب.
Cage triggered.
The MVP is mine! Let's do this!
لو مركز معك احسن واحد يلعب بشيله. ايش الحركات؟ بس موت اعطيني ذيك الفانتا.
Enemy spotted A. Sniper buried. My ult's ready.
Concussing! Blasting!
They will cover!
Bunch of guys mid.
انا مقاطع.
Deploy destroyed.
والله
30 seconds left.
Tremor! Flash out!
مشاو اي وخير.
منو
تخلاش بلانش تسمع
10 seconds left.
Time to take these arms for a spin. I need a drop.
Here.
قوستوا لي على الام ديالي الام ديال البارح بقاش. شكون اللي قوس لي على الام ديال ستيفان؟ لعبت معاك عليا ولا شوف اليوم عنده واحد الام ديال الاخر.
I'm here to stay.
ما كنتش نضربو.
Bunch of guys A.
راشي. يا وات ذا فاك. تنفجوج. اهم حاجه هي بتنفجوج.
Careful now.
Concussing!
Spike down A.
وايز اخويا بيكي ما بيكيش حياتي. سبايك خدوها اخي.
Blinding!
Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Who's next?
30 seconds left.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
ارلي اللي قايم.
نحاول يا الدراري ياك، ولكن غادي ننعس في السايت. سمحوا لي غنعس غنتشكر.
احنا اصلا ديفندرز وراه ماشي خصك تنعس في السايت، راه خصك تخشى فيه.
دراري لا عندكم خلي على
في واحد غيتقنت في السايت اخويا.
Behind me.
سبيكيش هاد راه من سبيكي ورجع ماشي تضارب معاهم.
Drop in a stone.
Tremor. Blasting.
Have one of these.
My ult's ready.
كوفري واه كتب بوحدي واه. اما كياخذوا الاربعه ما كياخذوا الاربعه. لا
لا لا لا لا
Drop in a smoke.
انا مقانع. ميد عندك اول.
كان طالع
الكاميرا ساكن. يعني
Back like I never left. Reloading.
Flash out.
30 seconds left. Spike down A.
تخبى بغيت نتخبى عندها
Spike down A. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
I don't die so
ما عاد نلقاه غادي مسكين كيتمشى.
Y'all better keep up.
هذيك الساعه كتقتل ولا الا كان قتلتيه يكون ما
لا دور مسكين ولد العبد خلي 22 في الدم. قدرت نلقاه مكمش مقنت. ماشي وليا ولد العبد.
اش فيه والله الا بقى فيه بريد.
مالك حالك ولد مالك وقفت حالك. مانيون مسكينه بغات تبلانتي تلقاني مقنت ليها.
ميد
فلاشي
Tripwire destroyed.
يجي معايا واحد جوج واحد جوج ولا معايا لما زيد واحد.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Found you.
Concussing.
صافي دمر سوس.
ولا شيت غيصحابو غير واحد.
Spike planted.
عندك يورو.
انا سموك
Clearing out. Going up.
هذا
Careful now.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate's ready. We good. We good.
Give me a moment. I need to set back up.
انا سبعة انا
اقسم بالله اقسم بالله هو ما كانش الفلاش ديال رينا تا كنت غنموت. ماشي خونا كيبان لي راسو بحال عالحش عليه المولي وهذا بلايندين كيحس براسو كيتحرك وكيتضرب. الا كانوا هنا غنقولتي الا كانوا هنايا
بغيتي اما ايه
كنخرج ديال الخراس.
Hi! I'm pissed!
I know exactly where you are.
وعتقونا الخرا. 74 مليون
حيدوه.
Spike planted.
Blasting.
One enemy remaining.
Blinding. Flash out.
صافي. ديفيوز يا واس.
Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing. Clutch.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready.
نسيتي ولا ما عرفت مالك.
تسير واش دابا السموك ها انت شوف والله انت غتشوف شوف ميكس
صافي ها
يمكن هو وسط السموك وعباد الله واش حمير دابا نقولوا ها هي السموك ها هي راه واقف هنا بحال الكوارث
بقى لها شويه وخرجتي
دير اصاحبي صاحبي علاش ما قتلتيش يلاه انت علاش ما قتلتيش
كيفاش انا عرفتي امتى مت راه دخلوا عليا كاملين.
Who's next?
ميد.
Multiple enemies mid. Finished. They will cover.
هو انا سايد
Spike planted.
Someone's B.
ميكس واش كدير
لا شوف.
Last player standing.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic. Remember, yeah?
عليا قايا.
فينيكس تيقلو علاش اخويا تنقلو علاش انا ما كنبقاش نوريك اخويا اللي بوشيت هنايا في الميكس
واصلا خاصو يبقى في السايت. صافي الدراري بقاو في السايت
انا غنتكا اخويا
انا الاول.
كانوا في بي غنمو
عمرك تدير لك.
هما بيها غنتكا.
No peeking.
Careful now.
Concussing. Clearing out.
خبط.
Cutting their vision.
Spike planted.
فلاشي ميكس فلاشي.
Drop in a smoke.
Someone's A.
Where is everyone hiding?
Embarrassing.
Sorry, refreshing.
Reload.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Prepare for hellfire.
One enemy remaining.
Well, that's just grand. No radiant for you, wee man.
Match point.
It's been grand, but I've
Got places to avoid and people to ignore, so let's finish this thing.
يلا
I need a drop.
سير معاه وايز.
In i skärselden. Grabber! Out of charges.
Back like I never left!
What the fuck?
Someone's B.
Blinding! My ult's ready.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Last player standing. Defenders win.
You're lucky I'm jealous. Or else your families would be next.
جي
جي ايزي.
جي الدراري اخر مره لعب ديواليست هاد النهار هذا. لعب لكم سكاي اخويا هي اللي لا 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 ما كنعرفش نلعب هذا النهار هذا ما عرفتش نلعب ديواليست اما البارح انا اللي كنت كنكاري الدراري اواه.
Even if he had lasted longer, there were too many people operating on the fringes who resented his takeover and would have done whatever they could to sabotage him. The fiends would have grown tired of his one-size-fits-all approach. They liked variety, even if it was only in the color of the capsules. The police would have taken notice of his large operation and tried to break it up. Germain had been living in the past, in ideas cooked up in prison in the 1970s, the grand era of the drug lord. Time had passed him by, and in the ruthless dynamic of the hood, he paid for this with his life. What was needed was a new skill set, a different mentality for handling the chaos. And Curtis would be the hustler to develop these skills to the maximum. For this purpose, he let go of any desire to dominate an area with one large operation. Instead, he started experimenting with 4 or 5 hustles at the same time. Inevitably, one of the angles would work and pay for all the others. He made sure he always had options, room to move in case the police pushed in and cut off one of his access routes. He interacted with the fiends, looking for any changes in their tastes and ways he could appeal to them with some new marketing scheme. He let those who worked for him do things on their own time as long as they produced results. He wanted as little friction as possible. He never stayed tied to one venture, one partner, or one way of doing things for very long. He kept moving. The chaos of the streets was part of his flow, something he learned to exploit by working from within it. Operating this way, he slowly accumulated the kind of hustling empire that could surpass what even Germain had attempted. In 2003, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, found himself thrust into corporate America, working within Interscope Records and dealing with the growing number of businesses that wanted to ally themselves with him. Coming from the streets, with no formal business background, it was natural for him to feel intimidated in this new environment. But within a few months, he saw things differently. The new skills he had developed in the hood were more than adequate. What he noticed about the business executives he dealt with was rather shocking. They operated by these conventions that seemed to have little to do with the incredible changes going on in the business environment. The record industry, for instance, was being destroyed by digital piracy, but the executives could only think of somehow maintaining their monopoly on ownership and distribution. They were incapable of adapting to the changes. They interacted only with themselves, not with their customer base, so their ideas never evolved. They were living in the past when all of the business models were simple and control was easy to come by. They had the Germain mentality through and through, and in 50's mind, they would someday suffer a similar fate. 50 would stay true to his street strategies. He would opt for fluid positions and room to move. This meant branching out into ventures that were not at all traditional for a rapper, Vitamin Water, a line of books, an alliance with General Motors and Pontiac. These associations seemed disorderly and random, but it was all tied to his compelling image that he continued to shape. He worked 5 different angles at the same time. If one venture failed, he learned and moved on. The business world was like a laboratory that he would use for constant experimentation and discovery. He would mix and mingle with his employees up and down the line, and with his audience, allowing them to alter his ideas. The centerpiece of this flow strategy would be the internet, a chaotic space with endless opportunity for a hustler like himself. Without knowing exactly where it would lead, he began putting together his own website. At first, it was a place to showcase new videos and get feedback from the public. Soon it began to morph into a social network, bringing together his fans from all over the world. This gave him endless space to market his brand and track the changing moods of his audience. His website would continue to evolve like a living organism. He placed no limits on what it could become. Years later, having moved beyond music into as many varied realms as possible, 50 could look back on all the people he had left far behind. The record executives, fellow rappers, and business leaders who had gone astray amid all the rapid fluctuations in the early part of the century. A whole gallery of germane types who had no flow. No matter the changes to come, he would continue to thrive in this new Wild West environment, just as he had on the streets. The fearless approach. 50 Cent is a person I created. Soon it will be time to destroy him and become somebody else. 50 Cent. As infants, we were surrounded by many things that were unfamiliar and unpredictable. People acting in ways that did not make sense, events that were hard to figure out. This was the source of great anxiety. We wanted the world around us to be more familiar. What was not so predictable became associated in our minds with darkness and chaos, something to dread. Out of this fear, a desire was born deep inside of us to somehow gain greater control over the people and events that eluded our grasp. The only way we knew how to do this was to grab and hold, to push and pull, exerting our will in as direct a manner as possible to get people to do what we wanted. Over the years, this can become a lifelong pattern of behavior, more subtle as an adult but infantile at heart. Every individual we come across in life is unique, with his or her own energy, desires, and history. But wanting more control over people, our first impulse is generally to try to push them into conforming to our moods and ideas, into acting in ways that are familiar and comfortable to us. Every circumstance in life is different, but this elicits that old fear of chaos and the unknown. We cannot physically make events more predictable, but we can internally create a feeling of greater control by holding on to certain ideas and beliefs that give us a sense of consistency and order. This hunger for control, common to all of us, is the root of so many problems in life. Staying true to the same ideas and ways of doing things makes it that much harder for us to adapt to the inevitable changes in life. If we try to dominate a situation with some kind of aggressive action, this becomes our only option. We cannot give in or adapt or bide our time. That would mean letting go of our grip, and we fear that. Having such narrow options makes it hard to solve problems. Forcing people to do what we want makes them resentful. Inevitably, they sabotage us or assert themselves against our will. What we find is that our desire to micromanage the world around us comes with a paradoxical effect. The harder we try to control things in our immediate environment, the more likely we are to lose control in the long run. Most people tend to think of these forms of direct control as power itself, something that shows strength, consistency, or character. But in fact, the opposite is the case. They are forms of power that are infantile and weak, stemming from that deep-rooted fear of change and chaos. Before it is too late, you need to convert to a more sophisticated, fearless concept of power, one that emphasizes fluidity. Life has a particular pace and rhythm, an endless stream of changes that can move slowly or quickly. When you try to stop this flow mentally or physically by holding on to things or people, you fall behind. Your actions become awkward because they are not in relation to present circumstances. It is like moving against a current as opposed to using it to propel you forward. The first and most important step is to let go of this need to control in such a direct manner. This means that you no longer see change and chaotic moments in life as something to fear, but rather as a source of excitement and opportunity. In a social situation in which you want the ability to influence people, your first move is to bend to their different energies. You see what they bring and you adapt to this, then find a way to divert their energy in your direction. You let go of the past way of doing things and adapt your strategies to the ever-flowing present. Often what seems like chaos to us is merely a series of events that are new and hard to figure out. You cannot make sense of this apparent disorder if you are reactive and fearful, trying to make everything conform to patterns that exist only in your mind. By absorbing more of these chaotic moments with an open spirit, you can glimpse a pattern, a reason why they are occurring, and how you can exploit them. As part of this new concept, you are replacing the old stalwart symbols of power, the rock, the oak tree, etc., with that of water, the element that has the greatest potential force in all of nature. Water can adapt to whatever comes its way, moving around or over any obstacle. It wears away rock over time. This form of power does not mean you simply give in to what life brings you and drift. It means that you channel the flow of events in your direction, letting this add to the force of your actions and giving you powerful momentum. In places like the Hood, the concept of flow is more developed than elsewhere. In such an environment, obstacles are everywhere. Those who live there cannot move and make a good living beyond the confines of the Hood. If they try to control too many things and become aggressive, they tend to make their lives harder and shorter. The violence they initiate only comes back at them with equal force. With so many physical limitations, hustlers have learned to develop mental freedom. They cannot let their minds be bothered by all these hindrances. Their thoughts have to keep moving, creating new ventures, new hustles, new directions in music and clothes. That is why trends change so quickly in the Hood, which often serves as the engine for new styles in the culture at large. With people, hustlers have to adapt to all of their differences, wearing the mask that is appropriate for each situation, deflecting people's suspicions. Hustlers are consummate chameleons. If they can maintain this mental and social fluidity, they can feel a degree of freedom beyond all the physical confinements of the Hood. You too face a world full of obstacles and limitations. A new environment where the competition is more global, complicated, and intense than ever before. Like the hustler, you must find your freedom through the fluidity of your thoughts and your constant inventiveness. This means having a greater willingness to experiment, trying several ventures without fear of failing here or there. It also means constantly looking to develop new styles, new directions you can take, freeing yourself up from any inertia that comes with age. In a world full of people who are too conventional in their thinking, who respect the past far too much, such flow will inevitably translate into power and more room to move. The fearless types in history all reveal a greater capacity to handle chaos and to use it for their purposes. No greater example of this can be found than Mao Zedong. China in the 1920s was a country on the verge of radical change. The old imperial order that had suffocated China for centuries had finally fallen apart. But fearing the disorder that could be unleashed in such a vast country, the two parties vying for control, the nationalists and the communists, opted to try to contain the situation as best they could. The nationalists offered the old-style imperial order with a new face. The communists decided to impose on China the Lenin model, waging a proletariat revolution, centered in urban areas, controlling key cities in the country and enforcing strict adherence to party dogma among its followers. This had worked well in the Soviet Union, creating order in a short period of time, but it had no relevance to China. By the end of the decade, the strategy was failing miserably. On the verge of annihilation, the communists turned to Mao, who had a totally different concept of what to do. Mao had been raised in a small village among the country's vast peasant population. As part of his upbringing, he was immersed in the ancient belief systems of Taoism, which saw change as the essence of nature and conforming to these changes as the source of all power. In the end, according to Taoism, you are stronger by having a softness that allows you to bend and adapt. Mao was not afraid of the vast size and population of China. The chaos this could represent would simply become part of his strategy. His idea was to enlist the help of the peasantry so that communist soldiers could blend into the countryside like fish in water. He would not attack city centers or try to occupy any single position in the country. Instead, he would move the army around, like a vaporous force that would attack and then disappear, the enemy never knowing where it was coming from or what it was up to. This guerrilla force would stay in constant motion, allowing the enemy no breathing space and giving them a sense of chaos. The nationalists epitomized the opposite school of fighting, conventional to the core. When Mao finally unleashed on them his new brand of warfare, they could not adapt. They held on to key positions, while the communists encircled them in the vast spaces of China. The nationalists' control narrowed to the point of a few cities, and soon they crumbled completely in one of the most remarkably swift turnarounds in military history. Understand, it is not only what you do that must have flow, but also how you do things. It is your strategies, your methods of attacking problems, that must constantly be adapted to circumstances. Strategy is the essence of human action, the bridge between an idea and its realization in the world. Too often these strategies become frozen into conventions, as people mindlessly imitate what worked before. By keeping your strategies attuned to the moment, you can be an agent of change, the one who breaks up these dead ways of acting, gaining tremendous power in the process. Most people in life are rigid and predictable. That makes them easy targets. Your fluid, unpredictable strategies will drive them insane. They cannot foresee your next move or figure you out. That is often enough to make them give way or fall apart. Keys to fearlessness. Thus one's victories in battle cannot be repeated. They take their form in response to inexhaustibly changing circumstances. It can be likened to water, as water varies its flow according to the fall of the land. Sun Tzu. All of us have experienced at some point in our lives a feeling of momentum. Perhaps we do something that strikes a chord and we get recognized for it. This positive attention fills us with unusual confidence, which in turn attracts people to us. Now brimming with self-belief, we are able to pull off another good action. Even if it is not so perfect, people will now tend to overlook the rough patches. We have the aura of success about us. So many times in life, one good thing seems to follow another. This will go on until inevitably we disrupt the flow. Perhaps we overreach with an action that breaks the spell, or we keep repeating the same things and people grow tired of us and move on to someone else. Just as quickly, the opposite momentum can afflict us. Our own insecurities start to get in the way. The little imperfections that people overlooked before now seem glaring. We enter a run of bad fortune and feelings of depression render us more and more immobile. On either end of the spectrum, we recognize the phenomenon, but we treat it as if it were something mystical, beyond conscious control and explanation. But it is not as mysterious as we might think. In the midst of any run of momentum, we generally feel more open. We allow ourselves to be carried along. The confidence we have when things are going well makes people get out of our way or join our side, giving our actions added force. Sometimes a feeling of urgency, we have to get something done, pushes us to act in a particularly energetic manner, and this starts a good run. This is often accompanied with a feeling that we have little to lose by trying something bold. Perhaps feeling somewhat desperate, we loosen up and experiment. What ties this all together is that something inside of us opens up and we allow a greater range of motion. Our style becomes freer and bolder, and we move with the current. On the other hand, when a run of momentum ends, it is usually from something we do, a kind of unconscious self-sabotage. We react against this loosening up out of some fear of where it could lead us. We become conservative and the flow of energy stops, slowly reversing itself into stasis and depression. In many ways, we are the ones in control of this phenomenon, but it does not operate on a conscious enough level. Understand, momentum in life comes from increased fluidity, a willingness to try more, to move in a less constricted fashion. On many levels, it remains something hard to put into words, but by understanding the process, becoming more conscious of the elements involved, you can place your mind in a readied position, better able to exploit any positive movement in your life. Call this calculated momentum. For this purpose, you must practice and master the following 4 types of flow. Mental flow. In the time of Leonardo da Vinci's youth, mid-15th century, knowledge had hardened into rigid compartments. In one slot, there was philosophy and scholasticism. In another, the arts, which were considered more like simple crafts. In yet another, science, which was not yet very empirical. On the margins stood all forms of dark knowledge, the arts of the occult. Da Vinci was the illegitimate son of a notary, and because of this murky social position, he was denied the usual formal education, all of which became a great blessing in disguise. His mind was freed from all the prejudices and rigid categories of thinking that prevailed at the time. He went to serve an apprenticeship in the studio of the great artist Verrocchio, and once he began to learn there the craft of drawing and painting, a process was set in motion that led to the forming of one of the most original minds in the history of mankind. Knowledge in one field simply opened up in Da Vinci an insatiable hunger to learn something else in a related field. The study of painting led to that of design in general, which led to an interest in architecture. From there he flowed to studying engineering, making war machines and strategy, observing animals and the mechanics of motion that could be applied to technology, studying birds and aerodynamics, the anatomy of animals and humans, the relationship between emotions and physiology, and on and on. This incredible stream of ideas even overflowed into areas of the occult. His mind would recognize no boundaries. He sought the connections between all natural phenomena. In this sense, he was ahead of his time and the first real Renaissance man. His discoveries in various fields had a momentum, the intensity of one leading to another. Many could not understand him and thought he was eccentric, even erratic. But great patrons such as King François I of France, and even Cesare Borgia, recognized his genius and sought to exploit it. Today we have regressed to a point that resembles the pre-Renaissance. Knowledge has once again hardened into rigid categories, with intellectuals shut off in various ghettos. Intelligent people are considered serious by virtue of how deeply they immerse themselves in one field of study, their viewpoint becoming more and more myopic. Someone who crosses these rigid demarcations is inevitably considered a dilettante. After college, we are all encouraged to specialize, to learn one thing well and stick to it. We end up strangling ourselves in the narrowness of our interests. With all of these restrictions, knowledge has no flow to it. Life does not have these categories. They are mere conventions that we mindlessly abide by. Da Vinci remains the icon and the inspiration for a new form of knowledge. In this form, what matters are the connections between things, not what separates them. The mind has a particular momentum itself. When it heats up and discovers something new, it tends to find other items to study and illuminate. All of the greatest innovations in history come from an openness to discovery, one idea leading to another, sometimes coming from unrelated fields. You must develop this spirit and the same insatiable hunger for knowledge. This comes from widening your fields of study and observation, letting yourself be carried along by what you discover. You will find that you will come up with unexpected ideas, the kind that will lead to new practices or novel opportunities. If things run dry in your particular line of work, you have developed your mind along other lines that you can now exploit. Having such mental flow will allow you to constantly think around any obstacle and maintain your career momentum. Emotional flow. By nature, we are emotional creatures. It is how we primarily react to events. Only afterwards are we able to see that such emotional responses can be destructive and need to be reined in. You cannot repress this part of human nature, nor should you ever try. It is like a flood that will overwhelm you all the more for your attempts to dam it up. What you want is for these endless emotions that assail you during the day to wash over you, to never hold on to one single emotion for very long. You are able to let go of any kind of obsessive feeling. If someone says something that bothers you, you find a way to move quickly past the feeling, either to excuse what they said, to make it less important, or to forget. Forgetting is a skill that you must develop in order to have emotional flow. If you cannot help but feel anger or disgust in the moment, make it a point to not let it remain the following day. When you hold on to emotions like that, it is as if you put blinders on your eyes. For that amount of time, you see and feel only what this emotion dictates, falling behind events. Your mind stops on feelings of failure, disappointment, and mistrust, giving you that awkwardness of someone out of tune with the moment. Without realizing it, all of your strategies become infected by these feelings, pushing you off course. To combat this, you must learn the art of counterbalance. When you are fearful, force yourself to act in a bolder fashion than usual. When you feel inordinate hate, find some object of love or admiration that you can focus on with intensity. One strong emotion tends to cancel out the other and help you move past it. It might seem that intense feelings of love, hate, or anger can be used to impel you forward on some project, but that is an illusion. Such emotions give you a burst of energy that falls quickly and leaves you as low as you were high. Rather, you want a more balanced emotional life with fewer highs and lows. This not only helps you keep moving and overcoming petty obstacles, but it also affects people's perceptions of you. They come to see you as someone who has grace under pressure, a steady hand, and they will turn to you as a leader. Maintaining such steadiness will keep that positive flow in motion. Social flow. Working with people on any level can be a disorderly affair. They bring their differences and own energy to the project, as well as their own agendas. The natural tendency for a leader is to try to tamp down these differences and get everyone on the same page. This seems like the strong thing to do, but in fact it stems from that infantile fear of the unpredictable. And in the end it becomes counterproductive, as those who work for you bring less and less energy to the task. After an initial burst of enthusiasm in your venture, the discontent of those working for you can quickly stifle any momentum you had developed. Early in his career, the great Swedish director Ingmar Bergman used this more tyrannical approach in dealing with his actors, but he began to be dissatisfied with its results and so decided to experiment with something different. He would sketch out the script for a film, leaving the dialogue mostly open. He would then invite his actors to bring their own energy and experiences into the mix, shaping the dialogue to fit their emotional responses. This would make the screenplay come alive from within, and sometimes it would require rewriting parts of the plot. In working with the actors on this level, Bergman would enter their spirit, mirroring their energy as a way to get them to relax and open up. He allowed for this more and more as his career evolved, and the results were astonishing. The actors came to love this, feeling more involved and engaged. They wanted to work with him, and their enthusiasm carried over into their performances, each one better than the last. His films had the feel of something much more lifelike and engaging than those structured around some rigid script. His work became increasingly popular as he went further with this collaborative process. This should be your model in any venture that involves groups of people. You provide the framework, based on your knowledge and expertise, but you allow room for this project to be shaped by those involved in it. They are motivated and creative, helping to give the project more flow and force. You are not going too far in this process. You set the overall direction and tone. You are simply letting go of that fearful need to make people do exactly as you desire. In the long run, you will find that your ability to gently divert people's energy in your direction gives you a wider range of control over the shape and result of the project. Cultural flow. In the 1940s, the great saxophone player Charlie Parker single-handedly revolutionized the world of jazz with his invention of the style known as bebop. But he watched it soon become the convention in jazz, and within a few years he was no longer the revolutionary figure worshipped by hipsters. Younger artists emerged who took his inventions to other levels. This was immensely disturbing to him, and he spiraled downward, dying at an early age. The trumpeter Miles Davis had been a part of Parker's ensemble, and he personally witnessed this decline. Davis understood the situation at its core. Jazz was an incredibly fluid form of music that underwent tremendous changes in style in short periods of time. Because America did not honor or take care of its black musicians, the ones who found themselves surpassed by a new trend had to suffer a terrible fate, like Parker. His solution was to never settle on one style. Every 4 years or so, he would radically reinvent his sound. His audiences would have to catch up with the changes, and most often they did. It soon became a self-fulfilling prophecy, as he was seen as someone who had his finger on the latest trend, and his new sound would be studied and emulated. As part of this strategy, he would always hire the youngest generation of performers to work with him, harnessing the creativity that comes with youth. In this way, he developed a kind of steady momentum that carried him past the usual decline in a jazz musician's career. He kept this inventiveness up for over 30 years, something unheard of in the genre. Understand, you exist in a particular cultural moment with its own flow and style. When you are young, you are more sensitive to these fluctuations in taste, and so you generally keep up with the present. But as you get older, the tendency is for you to become locked in a style that is dead, one that you associate with your youth and its excitement. If enough time passes, your style lock can become quite ludicrous. You look like a museum piece. Your momentum will grind to a halt as people come to categorize you in a narrow period of time. Instead, you must find a way to periodically reinvent yourself. You are not trying to mimic the latest trend that will make you look equally ludicrous. You are simply rediscovering that youthful attentiveness to what is happening around you and incorporating what you like into a newer spirit. You are taking pleasure in shaping your personality, wearing a new mask. The only thing you really have to fear is becoming a social and cultural relic. Reversal of perspective. In Western culture, we tend to associate strength of character with consistency. People who shift around too much with their ideas and image can be judged as untrustworthy and even demonic. We honor those who are true to the past and certain timeless values. On the other hand, people who challenge and change the prevailing conventions are often viewed as destructive figures, at least while they are alive. The great Florentine writer Niccolò Machiavelli saw these values of consistency and order as products of a fearful culture and something that should be reversed. In his view, it is precisely our fixed nature, our tendency to hold to one line of action or thought, that is the source of human misery and incompetence. A leader can come to power through acts of boldness, but when the times shift and require something more cautious, he generally will continue with his bold approach. He is not strong enough to adapt. He is a prisoner of his fixed nature. What raised him above others then becomes the source of his downfall. True figures of power, as Machiavelli saw it, would be people who could shape their own character, call up the qualities that were necessary for the moment, and know how to bend to circumstance. Those who remain true to some idea or value without self-examination often prove to be the worst tyrants in life. They make others conform to dead concepts. They are negative forces, holding back the change that is necessary for any culture to evolve and prosper. This is how you must operate. You actively work to overcome this fixed nature, deliberately trying a different approach and style than your usual one, to get a sense of a different possibility. You come to view periods of stability and order with mistrust. Something isn't moving in your life and in your mind. On the other hand, moments of change and apparent chaos are what you thrive on. They make your mind and spirit jump to life. If you reach such a point, you have tremendous power. You have nothing to fear from moments of transition. You welcome, even create them. Whenever you feel rooted and established in place, that is when you should be truly afraid. People wish to be settled. Only as far as they are unsettled is there any hope for them. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Chapter 5. Know when to be bad. Aggression. You will always find yourself among the aggressive and the passive-aggressive who seek to harm you in some way. You must get over any general fears you have of confronting people, or you will find it extremely difficult to assert yourself in the face of those who are more cunning and ruthless. Before it is too late, you must master the art of knowing when and how to be bad, using deception, manipulation, and outright force at the appropriate moments. Everyone operates with a flexible morality when it comes to their self-interest. You are simply making this more conscious and effective. The hustler's setup. Teehee hustler's every waking hour is lived with both the practical and the subconscious knowledge that if he ever relaxes, if he ever slows down, the other hungry, restless foxes, ferrets, wolves, and vultures out there with him won't hesitate to make him their prey. Malcolm X. In the summer of 1994, Curtis Jackson returned to Southside Queens after having served some time in a rehabilitation program for drug offenders. And to his surprise, in the year he had been away, the hustling game had dramatically changed. The streets were now more crowded than ever with dealers trying to make some money in the crack cocaine trade. Having grown weary over the heated rivalries and violence of the past 8 years, the hustlers had settled into a system where each would have his own corner or two. The drug fiends would come to them for quick transactions. It was easy and predictable for everyone. No need to fight or push people out of the way or even move around. When Curtis spread the word that he was looking to get his old crew together and start back where he had left off before rehab, he was met with suspicion and outright hostility. He could ruin the nice system they had in place with his ambitious hustling schemes. He had the feeling they would kill him before he could do anything, just to preserve this new order. The future suddenly seemed depressing and grim. He had decided months before to find a way out of the drug-dealing racket, but his plans depended on his ability to make some good money and save it so he could segue into a music career. Fitting into this one-corner system would mean he could never earn enough. A few years would go by and he would find it harder and harder to get out. But if he made a play to grab more turf and make some quick money, he would find few allies and many enemies among his fellow hustlers. It was not in their interest that he be allowed to expand his business. The more Curtis pondered the situation, the angrier he became. It seemed to him that everywhere he turned, people were trying to get in his way, restrain his ambitions, or tell him what to do. They pretended they were trying to keep order, when in fact it was just about getting power for themselves and holding on to it. In his experience, whenever he wanted something in life, he couldn't afford to be nice and submissive. He had to get active and forceful. It would be natural for him to feel a little skittish, coming fresh out of jail and trying to get his old life back together. But what he really had to be afraid of was being stuck and settling for the corner hustler's life. Now was exactly the time to get aggressive, to be bad, and to disrupt the system that was designed only to keep people like him down. He thought back to the great hustlers he had known in the neighborhood. One of their most successful strategies was the setup, a variation on the old con game of bait and switch. You distract people with something dramatic and emotional, and while they are not paying attention to you, you grab what you want. He had seen it executed dozens of times, and as he thought about it, he realized he had the material for the perfect distraction. While in rehab, he had befriended the ringleader of a gang of Brooklyn stick-up artists. They were notorious for their efficiency and intimidating presence. For the setup, Curtis would lay low for a few weeks, working a corner like everyone else and appearing to go along with the new system. He would then hire these stick-up artists on the sly to rob all of the neighborhood hustlers, including Curtis himself, of their jewelry, money, and drugs. They would make several sweeps of the area over the course of a few weeks. As part of the deal, they would keep the money and jewelry from the robberies. Curtis would get the drugs. Nobody would suspect his involvement. In the weeks to come, he watched with amusement as the sudden appearance of the stick-up artists in his neighborhood caused panic among the hustlers, some of whom were his friends. He pretended to share their distress. These Brooklyn gangstas were not to be messed with. Almost overnight, the dealers' whole way of life was disrupted. They were forced now to carry guns for protection, but this created a new set of problems. The police were everywhere, making random checks, and to be caught loitering with a gun would mean solid prison time. The hustlers could no longer simply stand on the street corner and wait for the drug fiends to come to them. They had to keep in constant motion to avoid the police. For some, getting called on their beepers was the only way to arrange a deal. Everything became more complicated and business slowed down. The old model, tight and static, had been exploded, and now Curtis moved into the breach with some new colored capsules he packaged and sold to the fiends. Sometimes he included in the sales some free capsules which happened to be the drugs he had accumulated from the robberies. The fiends began to flock to him, while the other hustlers were too upset to notice the trick that had been played. By the time they had figured it out, it was too late. Curtis had expanded his business and he was well on his way to buying his freedom. Several years later, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, had carved out a path towards a career as a rapper. He had a deal with Columbia Records and the future looked reasonably bright. But 50 was not one to be duped by the usual dreams. He quickly saw that there was only so much room for the top performers who could bank on a solid career in this business. He, along with everyone else, was fighting for crumbs of attention. The artists might get temporary success with a hit here or there, but it wouldn't last, and they had no power to alter the dynamic. What was worse, 50 had made some enemies in the business. He was an ambitious hustler with talent. There were people who mistrusted and feared him. They worked behind the scenes to make sure he would not get far in the industry. As 50 had learned, talent and good intentions are never enough in this world. You need to be fearless and strategic. When you face people's indifference or outright hostility, you have to get aggressive and push them out of your way by any means necessary, and not worry about some people disliking you. In this case, he looked for any opportunity to make such a bold move, and one evening a chance encounter provided this for him. At a club in Manhattan, 50 was talking with a friend from the neighborhood when he saw the rapper Ja Rule staring in his direction. Several weeks before, 50's friend had robbed Ja Rule of some jewelry in broad daylight. 50 expected Ja to come over and cause some trouble. Instead, he looked away and decided to ignore them. This was rather shocking. Ja Rule was then one of the hottest rappers in the business. He had built his reputation on being a gangsta from Southside Queens, his lyrics reflecting his tough guy image. He and his record label, Murder Incorporated, had allied themselves with Kenneth Supreme McGriff, former head of the Supreme Team, a gang that had dominated the New York drug business in the 1980s with its ruthless tactics. Supreme gave them street credibility, and Murder Incorporated gave Supreme an entree into the music business, something legitimate to distance himself from his dark past. No real hustler or gangsta would ever ignore the man who had robbed him so brazenly. What this meant to 50 was that Ja was fake, his lyrics and image all a show to make money. He was arrogant yet insecure. As he contemplated this, the idea for a masterful setup took shape in his mind, one that would draw attention and help catapult him past all of those who stood in his way. In the weeks to come, 50 began releasing diss tracks that took aim at Ja Rule, painting him as a studio gangsta who rapped about things that he had never experienced. Ja must have been annoyed, but he did not respond to 50's taunts. He was clearly too big to concern himself with small fry. 50's next move, however, could not be ignored. He released a song that detailed the activities of the most notorious gang leaders, including Supreme, in Southside Queens in the 1980s. As the song became popular on the streets, it brought Supreme the kind of attention he was trying to avoid, now that he was going legitimate. This made him angry and suspicious. What might 50 do next? He pressured Ja Rule to go after and destroy this upstart before he went too far. Ja was now forced into going after him. He tried whatever he could to shut 50 up. He spread nasty rumors about 50's past and attempted to block any record deals he might have. At one point, finding 50 in the same recording studio he was at, Ja and his cohort started a brawl. Ja wanted to intimidate 50 with his muscle and reputation, but this only made 50 increase the pace of diss tracks that he released. He wanted to push all of Ja's buttons, make him angry and insecure, burning for revenge. He'd stay cool and strategic while Ja would lose control. To this purpose, he called Ja wanksta, a wannabe gangsta. He parroted his singing style, his lyrics, everything about his supposed tough guy image. The songs were hard-driving, biting, and humorous. Slowly but surely, Ja became more and more furious as these songs made it to the radio and journalists peppered him with questions about 50. He had to prove his toughness, that he was no wanksta, so he released his own diss tracks. These songs were not witty, however, only violent and vicious. Without realizing it, he had become defensive and not very entertaining. 50's first record came out at about the same time as one of Ja's, and its sales far eclipsed those of his rivals. Now he was the star and Ja began to fade from the scene. Befitting his new role, 50 stopped the attacks, almost out of pity for his former rival. Ja had served his purpose, and it was better to leave him to oblivion. The fearless approach. The way I learned it. The kid in the schoolyard who doesn't want to fight always leaves with a black eye. If you indicate you'll do anything to avoid trouble, that's when you get trouble. 50 Cent. Life involves constant battle and confrontation. This comes on two levels. On one level, we have desires and needs, our own interests that we wish to advance. In a highly competitive world, this means we must assert ourselves and even occasionally push people out of position to get our way. On the other level, there are always people who are more aggressive than we are. At some point, they cross our path and try to block or harm us. On both levels, playing offense and defense, we have to manage people's resistance and hostility. This has been the human drama since the beginning of history, and no amount of progress will alter this dynamic. The only thing that has changed is how we handle these inevitable moments of friction in our lives. In the past, people had a greater taste for battle. We can read signs of this in all kinds of social behavior. At the theater, for instance, it was common practice for 19th century audiences in Europe and America to verbally express their disapproval of the actors or the play, yelling, hissing, or throwing things onto the stage. Fights would often break out in the theater over differences of opinion. It was not cause for concern but part of the appeal. In political campaigns, it was accepted as normal that partisans of various parties would confront each other in the streets over their divergent interests. Democracy was considered vibrant by allowing such public disagreements, a kind of safety valve for human aggression. Now we tend to find the opposite. We are generally much more skittish when it comes to confrontation. We often take it personally if someone overtly disagrees with us or expresses an opinion contrary to our own. We are also more afraid of saying something that could possibly offend those around us, as if their egos were too fragile. The culture tends to elevate as its ideal a spirit of cooperation. Being democratic and fair means getting along with others, fitting in, and not ruffling feathers. Conflict and friction are almost evil. We are encouraged to be deferential and agreeable. Nevertheless, the human animal retains its aggressive impulses, and all that happens is that many people channel this energy into passive-aggressive behavior, which makes everything more complicated. In such an atmosphere, we all pay a price. When it comes to the offensive side of power, in which we are required to take forceful and necessary action to advance our interests, we are often hesitant and uncertain. When dealing with the aggressors and passive aggressors around us, we can be quite naive. We want to believe that people are basically peaceful and desire the same things as ourselves. We often learn too late that this is not the case. This inability to deal with what is inevitable in life is the cause of so many problems. We work to postpone or avoid conflicts, and when they reach a point where we can no longer play such a passive game, we lack the experience and the habit of meeting them head-on. The first step in overcoming this is to realize that the ability to deal with conflict is a function of inner strength versus fear, and that it has nothing to do with goodness or badness. When you feel weak and afraid, you have the sense that you cannot handle any kind of confrontation. You might fall apart or lose control or get hurt. Better to keep everything smooth and even. Your main goal then is to be liked, which becomes a kind of defensive shield. So much of what passes for good and nice behavior is really a reflection of deep fears. What you want instead is to feel secure and strong from within. You are willing to occasionally displease people, and you are comfortable in taking on those who stand against your interests. From such a position of strength, you are able to handle friction in an effective manner, being bad when it is appropriate. This inner strength, however, does not come naturally. What is required is some experience. This means that in your daily life you must assert yourself more than usual. You take on an aggressor instead of avoiding him. You strategize and push for something you want instead of waiting for someone to give it to you. You will generally notice that your fears have exaggerated the consequences of this kind of behavior. You are sending signals to others that you have limits they cannot cross, that you have interests you are willing to defend or advance. You will find yourself getting rid of this constant anxiety about confronting people. You are no longer tied to this false niceness that wears on your nerves. The next battle will be easier. Your confidence in handling such moments of friction will grow with each encounter. In the hood, people don't have the luxury of worrying about whether people like them. Resources are limited. Everyone is angling for power and trying to get what they can. It is a rough game, and there is no room for being naive or waiting for good things to happen. You learn to take what you need and feel no guilt about it. If you have dreams and ambitions, you know that to realize them you have to get active, make some noise, bruise a few people in your path. And you expect others to do the same to you. It is human nature, and instead of complaining, you simply must get better at protecting yourself. We all face a similar competitive dynamic. People all around us are struggling to advance their interests. But because our fights are more subtle and veiled, we tend to lose sight of the harsh aspects of the game. We are often too trusting in others in a future that will bring good things. We could use some of the toughness and realism that people who grow up in pressurized environments have. A simple line can be drawn: we all have ambitions and large goals for ourselves. We are either waiting for some perfect moment to realize them, or we are taking action in the present. This action requires some aggressive energy channeled in a smart manner and the willingness to displease a person or two who gets in our way. If we are waiting and settling for what we have, it is not because we are good and nice, but because we are fearful. We need to get rid of the fear and guilt we might have for asserting ourselves. It serves no purpose except to keep us down. The fearless types in history have often had to face a lot of hostility in their lives, and in doing so they invariably discover the critical role that one's attitude plays in thwarting people's aggression. Look at Richard Wright, the first best-selling African-American writer in U.S. history. His father abandoned his mother shortly after Wright's birth in 1908, and Wright knew only poverty and starvation as a child. His uncle, with whom they lived, was lynched by a white mob, and his family, Wright and his mother and brother, was forced to flee from Arkansas and wander across the South. When his mother fell ill and became an invalid, he was shunted from family to family, even spending time in an orphanage. The family members who took him in, themselves poor and frustrated, beat him incessantly. His classmates at school, sensing he was different, he liked to read books and was shy, taunted and ostracized him. At work, his white employers subjected him to endless indignities, such as beatings and dismissals from the job for no apparent reason. These experiences created in him intricate layers of fear. But as he read more books about the wider world and thought more deeply, a different spirit rose inside of him. A need to rebel and not accept the status quo. When an uncle threatened to beat him over a triviality, he decided he had had enough. Although just a child, he clutched 2 razor blades in his hands and told the uncle he was prepared to go down fighting. He was never bothered by that uncle again. Seeing the power he had with such an attitude, he now made it something more calculated and under control. When conditions at work became impossible, he would leave the job, a sign of impertinence to the white employers, who spread word of this around town. He didn't care if people thought he was different, he was proud of it. Feeling like he was going to be trapped in Jackson, Mississippi, for the rest of his life and yearning to escape to the north, he became a criminal for the first and last time in his life, stealing enough to pay his way out of town. He felt more than justified in doing this. This spirit permeated his life to the very end. As a successful writer now living in Chicago, he felt that his novels were being misread by the white public. They invariably found a way to soften his message about racial prejudices, to see what they wanted to see in his work. He realized he had been holding back, tailoring his words to appeal to them. He had to rise again above this fear of pleasing others and write a book that could not be misread, that would be as bleak as the life he had known. This became Native Son, his most famous and successful novel. What Wright had discovered was simple. When you submit in spirit to aggressors or to an unjust and impossible situation, you do not buy yourself any real peace. You encourage people to go further, to take more from you, to use you for their own purposes. They sense your lack of self-respect and they feel justified in mistreating you. When you are humble, you reap the wages of humility. You must develop the opposite, a fighting stance that comes from deep within and cannot be shaken. You force some respect. This is how it is in life for everyone. People will take from you what they can. If they sense that you are the type of person who accepts and submits, they will push and push until they have established an exploitative relationship with you. Some will do this overtly. Others are more slippery and passive-aggressive. You must demonstrate to them that there are lines that cannot be crossed. They will pay a price for trying to push you around. This comes from your attitude, fearless and always prepared to fight. It radiates outward and can be read in your manner without you having to speak a word. By a paradoxical law of human nature, trying to please people less will make them more likely in the long run to respect and treat you better. Keys to fearlessness. Or how we live is so far removed from how we ought to live, that he who abandons what is done for what ought to be done will rather learn to bring about his own ruin than his preservation. A man who wishes to make a profession of goodness in everything must necessarily come to grief among so many who are not good. Therefore, it is necessary for a prince who wishes to maintain himself to learn how not to be good, and to use this knowledge and not use it, according to the necessity of the case. Niccolò Machiavelli. When it comes to morality, almost all of us experience a split in our consciousness. On one hand, we understand the need to follow certain basic codes of behavior that have been in place for centuries. We try our best to live by them. On the other hand, we also sense that the world has become infinitely more competitive than anything our parents or grandparents have known. To get ahead in this world, we must be willing to occasionally bend that moral code, to play with appearances, to hedge the truth and make ourselves look better, to manipulate a person or two to secure our position. The culture at large reflects this division. It emphasizes values of cooperation and decency, while titillating us constantly in the media with endless stories of those who have risen to the top by being bad and ruthless. We are both drawn to and repulsed by these stories. This split creates an ambivalence and awkwardness in our actions. We are not very good at being either good or bad. When we do the manipulative acts that are necessary, it is with half a heart and some guilt. We are not sure how to operate in this way, when to play the more aggressive role or how far to go. The great 16th century Florentine writer Niccolò Machiavelli noticed a similar phenomenon in his day, on a different level. Italy had splintered into several city-states that were constantly intriguing for power. It was a dangerous, complicated environment for a leader. In facing a rival state, a prince had to be extremely careful. He knew that these rivals would do anything to advance their interests, including cutting deals with others to isolate or destroy him. He had to be ready to attempt any kind of maneuver to protect his state. At the same time, he was imbued with Christian values. He had to juggle two codes of behavior, one for private life and another for the game of power. This made for awkwardness. Nobody really defined the moral parameters for how to defend and advance his state. If he became too aggressive, he would look bad on the world stage and suffer for it. If he was too good and gentle, his state could be overrun by a rival, bringing misery for his citizenry. For Machiavelli, the problem wasn't a leader adjusting his morality to the circumstance. Everyone does that. It was that he did not do it well. Too often he would be aggressive when he needed to be cunning, or vice versa. He would not recognize in time the once friendly state that was now plotting against him, and his response would be too desperate. When a venture succeeds, people tend to overlook some of the nasty tactics you were forced to use. When a venture fails, those same tactics become scrutinized and condemned. A prince or leader must first and foremost be effective in his actions, and to do so he must master the art of knowing when and how to be bad. This requires some fearlessness and flexibility. When the situation calls for it, he must be the lion, aggressive and direct in protecting his state, or grabbing something to secure its interests. At other times, he has to be the fox, getting his way through crafty maneuvers that disguise his aggression. And often he must play the lamb, the meek, deferential, and good creature exalted in culture. He is bad in the right way, calibrated to the situation, and careful to make his actions look justified to the public, reserving his nastier tactics for behind the scenes. If he masters the art of being bad, he uses it sparingly and he creates more peace and power for his citizens than the awkward prince who tries to be too good. This should be the model for us as well. We are all now princes competing with thousands of rival states. We have our aggressive impulses, our desires for power. These impulses are dangerous. If we act upon them unconsciously or awkwardly, we can create endless problems for ourselves. We must learn to recognize the situations that require assertive, yet controlled, actions, and which mode of attack, fox or lion, is suitable. The following are the most common foes and scenarios that you will encounter in which some form of badness is required to defend or advance yourself. Aggressors. By 1935, there were some on the left in the United States who had grown discontented with President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's reforms, known as the New Deal. They believed these reforms were not working fast enough. They decided to band together to form what would later be known as the Union Party, to galvanize this discontent. They were going to run against FDR in 1936, and the threat was very real that they would gain enough support to throw the election to the Republicans. Within this group was Huey Long, the great populist senator from Louisiana, and Father Charles Coughlin, the Catholic priest who had a popular radio program. Their ideas were vaguely socialistic and appealed to many who felt disenfranchised during the Great Depression. Their attacks on FDR began to have effect. His poll numbers went down. Feeling emboldened, they became even more aggressive and relentless in their campaign. In the midst of this, FDR remained mostly silent, letting them fill the air with their charges and threats. His advisors panicked. They felt he was being too passive. But for Roosevelt, it was part of a plan. He felt certain that the public would grow tired of their shrill attacks as the months went on. He sensed that the factions within the Union Party would begin to fight among themselves as the election neared. He ordered his surrogates to not attack these men. At the same time, he went to work behind the scenes. In Louisiana, he fired as many Long supporters working for the government as possible and replaced them with those on his side. He launched detailed investigations into the senator's dubious financial affairs. With Coughlin, he worked to isolate him from other notable Catholic priests, making him look like a fringe radical. He introduced laws that forced Coughlin to get an operating permit to broadcast his shows. The government found reasons to deny his requests and temporarily silenced him. All of this served to confuse and frighten FDR's foes. As he had predicted, the party began to splinter and the public lost interest. Roosevelt won the 1936 election in an unprecedented landslide. FDR had understood the basic principle in squaring off against aggressors who are direct and relentless. If you meet them head-on, you are forced to fight on their terms. Unless you happen to be an aggressive type, you are generally at a disadvantage against those who have simple ideas and fierce energy. It is best to fight them in an indirect manner, concealing your intentions and doing what you can behind the scenes, hidden from the public to create obstacles and sow confusion. Instead of reacting, you must give aggressors some space to go. Further with their attacks, getting them to expose themselves in the process and provide you plenty of juicy targets to hit. If you become too active and forceful in response, you look defensive. You are playing the fox to their lion. Remaining cool and calculating, doing whatever you can to make them more emotional and baiting them to fall apart through their own reckless energy. Passive aggressors. These types are masters at disguise. They present themselves as weak and helpless, or highly moral and righteous, or friendly and ingratiating. This makes them hard to pick out at first glance. They send all kinds of mixed signals, alternating between friendly, cool, and hostile, creating confusion and conflicting emotions. If you try to call them on their behavior, they use this confusion to make you feel guilty, as if you were the one who was the source of the problem. Once you are drawn into their dramas with your emotions engaged, it can be very difficult to detach yourself. The key is recognizing them in time to take appropriate action. When the Grand Duchess Catherine, future Empress of Russia, Catherine the Great, met her husband-to-be, Peter, she felt he was an innocent child at heart. He continued to play with toy soldiers and had a petulant, moody temperament. Then shortly after their marriage in 1745, she began to detect a different side to his character. In private, they got along well enough. But then she would hear from secondhand sources all kinds of nasty stories about how he had regretted their marriage and how he preferred her chambermaid. What was she to believe, these stories or his geniality when they were together? After he became Tsar Peter III, he would graciously invite Catherine to visit him in the morning, but then he would ignore her. When the royal gardener stopped delivering her favorite fruit,
Keep a healthy distance. I burn hot.
Let's go, guys.
What?
Go. Hey.
Is this? Hey, I'm coming.
Concussing!
Hey.
Flash!
Spike planted. Reloading.
Sage is down.
Last player standing.
Smart move.
If I may, I'll go in first. Thin out their numbers. Reloading.
Go, go, go.
Need backup.
Nice. Let's go.
0 in.
Enemy spotted mid.
Trevor!
اضرب معي يرحم والديك.
Enemy spotted A. I'm out of here.
بدي احكي بشوية انا افهم كم توصية. اضرب معي. Shoot with me.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Flawless.
What do we learn by fighting ourselves? Thinking out loud.
Gotta go.
Sage. You don't want to play, boy.
Yeah, bro.
Through the calm, I see. Through the storm, I fight.
Do something.
There.
Spike down B.
Sage, go B. Fuck.
Concussing!
Spike planted.
Blasting!
One enemy remaining.
cannot for you.
I'm done playing.
Here I go!
I will go mid. To A to B. Nice.
This is business.
بس ما مش لعبوا.
Tremor!
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
Clearing out!
I got ISO.
Amateur.
Watch out!
Flash out! Blinding!
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
I'm out of here.
Make it interesting, ISO.
Flash out! Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike down A.
Concussing! Got you.
Breaking them.
This way.
Last player standing.
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
Dis la nouvelle. Quand j'aurai pris ma retraite, j'espère que tu raconteras des histoires à propos de moi au pauvre fou qui prendra ma place. Vous voulez que je dise la vérité? We can do this. There. Got one. Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Good attempt.
Last player standing.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Go A, Sage, go A.
I have your back.
خلاص قليل.
Here we go.
You will not kill my allies.
Concussing! Blasting! Joke's over! You're dead! Let's go! Come on, let's go! Someone's been. Flash!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Show me a target.
Charge and shoot. Easy enough. Gotta go.
Et dis la nouvelle, qu'est-ce qui t'a poussé à choisir un job pareil?
I'm out of
Il doit y
here.
avoir de meilleurs postes, non? Y'a rien de plus beau pour moi qu'une tempête. Et les nôtres sont parmi les meilleurs.
There.
Clever!
B.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted B.
One defuse, two.
Burn bright, Phoenix. Go, go, go!
Trevor!
Wall raised.
Weak.
You had your fun. My turn. Eliminate.
Flash out!
Full A.
Your duty.
Going up.
Spike planted.
Careful now. Watch your eyes! Watch your eyes!
Kill.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever.
I'm out of
Anyone
here.
else feel like that?
There.
Blinding!
It's you and me.
Flash!
Last player standing.
Healer's down. Come on, let's go! Watch your eyes! Careful now.
Spike planted.
Look, don't start resting. Still work to do. Joke's over! You're dead!
Full B, full B.
Enemy B. Many enemies B. Put down.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Nice.
Gotta go. Reloading.
Flawless.
Gun here.
Amazing. I am honored.
Last round in the half.
No point saving.
Go, go,
Spend
go.
it all.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. Gotta go.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
There.
Concussing!
Go, go, go.
Blasting!
This way. Nice. Go, go, go.
Not enough.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Switching sides.
The
I'm
MVP
outta
is
here.
mine! Let's do this!
Reloading.
Bring it up! Watch your eyes!
Gotta go.
Trevor! Out of charges. Dead! Got spike.
Spike down A.
Push, 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 push.
Reloading.
Not bad.
Our carrier's dead. Got the spike.
Last player standing.
You man ready for a light show?
I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Behind me.
Go, go, go. Many enemies B. Healing.
Concussing!
Heads up.
Breaking that.
Clearing out!
Reloading.
Flash out!
Spike
Reload
planted.
him.
I'm out of here.
Focusing.
Someone's B.
Wall raised. Get lost. Reloading.
Dead. Trevor!
One enemy remaining.
I know what must be done. Quick feet, quick trigger.
Concussing!
Enemy spotted. A. Reloading. Shortcut.
Blasting!
You're out.
Spike planted. Barrier created. I'll take this. I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Just as my playlist ends.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Careful here.
I can buy. Who needs what?
I need a drop.
Go, go, go!
Gun here.
I got you, bruv.
Go, go, go! Shortcut!
Trevor! Clearing out!
Enemy spotted.
I
B.
don't know.
Blinding!
Spike planted.
Flash! Flash! My ultimate's ready.
Last player standing.
Careful now. Going up.
One enemy remaining.
Triple, baby.
Clutch.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet? Gotta go! Move! Go, go, go!
Concussing!
Go, go, go!
Enemy spotted.
Blasting! Someone's A. What?
Come, there, come.
I'm out of here!
Too late.
Trevor! Tremor!
I'm out of here.
Flash out!
Enemy B.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
Remember, bullets hurt.
Attention, station centrale, ici Aurélie de l'Observatoire Ouest. N'oubliez pas de mettre de la crème solaire.
Don't hold back.
Gotta go. Shortcut.
Concussing! Out of charges. Blinding!
Reloading.
Healing you. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Enemy spotted B.
Many enemies. Go, go, go.
Enemy spotted B.
It's down.
Spike down A.
Joke's over! You're dead! Flash! Going up!
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Show me a target. Neutralized.
10 seconds left.
Ingat ka. Don't get stabbed. Bad way to go.
I need a drop.
I hope this one's exciting.
Enemy A. Go, go, go.
Tremor!
Reloading. Enemy A. Gotta go. Down.
Reloading.
Go ahead, go ahead.
They're dead.
I can heal, I can...
For you. Gotta go.
Show me a target.
Your duty is not over.
Robbie, let's go.
Of course you still need me. My ult's ready.
You go and Sage.
Play.
Spike planted!
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! I'm out of here. Go, go, go! There. You will not kill my allies!
Bunch of guys, eh?
Go, go, go!
Match point.
Listen up. Kill them before they kill us. I'm out of here.
Take him. Flash!
Gotta go!
We're good.
Let's go!
Enemy spotted A.
Clearing out!
Go, go, go!
Barrier created.
Too late.
Plant the spike.
Plant, come plant, come plant.
One enemy remaining.
Gotcha, fun! My turn!
Carrier's dead.
Spike down A.
Let's go! Got the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you? I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Enemy A!
Trevor!
Reloading!
Blasting!
I'm out of here!
Any enemies mid?
It's you and me.
Gotta go!
Flash out!
Last player standing.
Spike planted.
Defenders win.
She found out it was on his orders. Peter was doing everything he could to make her life miserable and humiliate her in subtle ways. Fortunately, Catherine figured out early on that he was a master manipulator. His childish exterior was clearly there to distract attention from his petty, vindictive core. His goal, she believed, was to bait her into doing something rash that would give him an excuse to isolate or get rid of her. She decided to bide her time, be as gracious as possible, and win over some key allies in the court and the military, many of whom had come to despise the Tsar. Finally, certain of her allies' support, she instigated a coup that would get rid of him once and for all. When it became clear that the military had sided with Catherine and that he was to be arrested, Peter started to beg and plead with her. He would change his ways and they would rule together. She did not reply. He sent another message saying he would abdicate, if only he could return peacefully to his own estate with his mistress. She refused to bargain. He was arrested and soon thereafter murdered by one of the coup intriguers, perhaps with the approval of the Empress. Catherine was a classic fearless type. She understood that with passive aggressors you must not get emotional and drawn into their endless intrigues. If you respond indirectly with a kind of passive aggression yourself, you play into their hands. They are better at this game than you are. Being underhanded and tricky only spurs on their insecurities and intensifies their vindictive nature. The only way to treat these types is to take bold, uncompromising action that either discourages further nonsense or sends them running away. They respond only to power and leverage. Having allies higher up the chain can serve as a means of blocking them. You are playing the lion to their fox, making them afraid of you. They see there will be real consequences if they continue their behavior in any form. To recognize such types, look for extremes in behavior that are not natural, too kind, too too ingratiating, too moral. These are most likely disguises that are worn to deflect attention from their true nature. Better to be proactive and take precautionary measures the moment you feel they are trying to get into your life. Unjust situations. Sometime in the early 1850s, Abraham Lincoln came to the conclusion that the institution of slavery was the great stain on our democracy and had to be eliminated. But as he surveyed the political landscape, he became concerned. The politicians on the left were too noisy and righteous. In their fervor to promote abolition, they would polarize the country, and the slaveholders could easily exploit these political divisions to maintain their way of life for decades. Lincoln was the consummate realist. If your goal is to end an injustice, you have to aim for results, and that requires being strategic and even deceptive. To end slavery, he would be willing to do almost anything. He decided he was the politician best suited for this cause. His first step was to present a moderate front to the public in the 1860 campaign and after his election to the presidency. He gave the impression that his main goal was to maintain the Union and to gradually phase slavery out of existence through a policy of containment. When war became inevitable in 1861, he decided to lay a clever trap for the South, baiting them into an attack on Fort Sumter that would force him to declare war. This made it seem that the North was the victim of aggression. All of these maneuvers were designed to keep his support in the North relatively unified. To oppose him was to oppose his efforts to defeat the South and maintain the Union, the slavery issue slipping into the background. This unified front on his side made it almost impossible for the enemy to play political games. As the tide of the war turned in favor of the North, he gradually shifted to more radical positions, stated in the Emancipation Proclamation and his Gettysburg Address, knowing he had more leeway to reveal his real goals and act on them. Leading the North to victory in the war, he had even more room to continue his campaign. In sum, to defeat slavery, Lincoln was prepared to publicly manipulate opinion by concealing his intentions and to practice outright deceit in his political maneuverings. This required great fearlessness and patience on his part, as almost everyone misread his intentions and criticized him as an opportunist. Some still do. In facing an unjust situation, you have two options. You can loudly proclaim your intentions to defeat the people behind it, making yourself look good and noble in the process. But in the end, this tends to polarize the public. You create one hardened enemy for every sympathizer won over to the cause, and it makes your intentions obvious. If the enemy is crafty, this makes it almost impossible to defeat them. Or, if it is results you are after, you must learn instead to play the fox, letting go of your moral purity. You resist the pull to get emotional, and you craft strategic maneuvers designed to win public support. You shift your position to suit the circumstance, baiting the enemy into actions that will win you sympathy. You conceal your intentions. Think of it as war. Short of unnecessary violence, you are called to do whatever it takes to defeat the enemy. There is no nobility in losing if an injustice is allowed to prevail. Static situations. In any venture, people quickly create rules and conventions that must be followed. This is often necessary to instill some discipline and order. But most often these rules and conventions are arbitrary. They are based on something that was successful in the past but might have little relevance to the present. They are often instruments for those in power to maintain their grip and keep the group unified. If this goes on long enough, they become stultifying and crowd out any new ways for doing things. In such a situation, what is called for is the total destruction of these dead conventions, creating space for something new. In other words, you must be the complete lion, as bad as can be. This was how several important black jazz musicians, such as Charlie Parker, Thelonious Monk, and Dizzy Gillespie, responded to the musical conventions that had hardened in the early 1940s. From its more freewheeling earlier days, jazz had become co-opted by white performers and audiences. The sound that became popular, big band swing, was more controlled and regimented. To make any money in the business, you had to play by the rules and perform these popular genres. But even those black musicians who followed the conventions were still paid considerably less than their white counterparts. The only way around this oppressive situation was to destroy it with a completely new sound, in this case with something that later became known as bebop. This new genre went against all the current conventions. The music was wild and improvisatory. As it became popular, it gave these musicians some space to perform on their own terms and some control over their careers. Now the static situation was broken and the field was left open to the great jazz innovations of the 1950s and 60s. In general, you must be less respectful of the rules that other people have established. They do not necessarily fit the times or your temperament. And there is great power to be had by being the one to initiate a new order. Impossible dynamics. Sometimes in life you find yourself in a negative situation that cannot be improved no matter what you do. You might find yourself working for people who are irrational. Their actions seem to serve no purpose apart from imposing their power and making you miserable. Everything you do is wrong. Or it could be a relationship in which you are constantly forced to rescue a person. This usually involves types who present themselves as weak victims in need of attention and assistance. They stir up a lot of drama around them. No matter what you do, the need to be rescued keeps recurring. You can recognize this dynamic by your emotional need to somehow solve the problem, mixed with your complete frustration in finding any kind of reasonable answer. In truth, the only viable solution is to terminate the relationship. No arguing, no bargaining, no compromising. You leave the job, there are always others. You leave the person who is tormenting you with as much finality as possible. Resist the temptation to feel any guilt. You need to create as much distance as possible, so they cannot inveigle these emotions into you. They must become dead to you so you can go on with your life. Reversal of perspective. The problem with confrontational moments and why we often seek to avoid them is that they churn up a lot of unpleasant emotions. We feel personally aggrieved that someone is trying to hurt or harm us. This makes us wonder about ourselves and feel insecure. Did we deserve this in some way? If we go through a few of these unpleasant moments, we become increasingly skittish. But this is really a problem of perception. In our own inner turmoil, we tend to exaggerate the negative intentions of our opponents. In general, we take conflicts far too personally. People have problems and traumas that they carry with them from their childhood on. Most often, when they do something to harm or block us, it really is not directed at us personally. It comes from some unfinished business from the past or deep insecurities. We happen to cross their path at the wrong moment. It is essential